So let me jump right in. Good evening. Welcome to the Select Board meeting for October 25th, 2022. Some news and updates that I would like to share before turning it over to my other Select Board members. The Rainbow Sushi Wine and Malt CV public hearing is withdrawn and will be heard next month. For residents interested in more information regarding ballot question 5, which is our fire station renovation debt exclusion, please visit brooklinema.gov/2504. And I believe that we have a new first assistant town council.
Joe, you've been promoted. You can unmute and share your video.
All right, thank you. Sorry, I was being promoted and I lost the little translation, the handoff to me. So, but good evening. I'm Joe Callahan, Town Council, and I'm before you to introduce our new First Assistant Town Council, John Mareschi. He joins us from the Office of Senate Counsel, where he was for 7 years, most recently serving as Deputy Senate Counsel. And previous to that, he was a Senate aide and congressional aide to now Congresswoman Catherine Clark. So although I will still attend select board meetings, there may be opportunities or times that I will be unable to join you. So then John will be in my place. So I wanted to give John a minute to introduce himself to the rest of the board. So.
It's great to meet you and thank you for the opportunity. Joe touched on my resume, but I'm excited to be here. It's an opportunity I was excited to see. I was excited to get it, and I started October 3rd, so the last few weeks have been exciting. I've learned a lot already. Hope I've contributed a little bit, and thank you for the chance to serve.
Well, thank you so much for joining us.
And John has contributed. He facilitated a meeting with Jesse Gray and Office of Energy Resources to allay Jesse's concern about some of our warrant articles, so he's cut down on some of those. And also keeping me on my toes and reminding me recently that there's two parts of the anti-aid amendment, not only just restricting spending for religion, but also for private enterprise, private entities. So John brings some great experience to our office, and I've looked forward to him joining us, and I've been rewarded with my anticipation because he's been a great addition. So.
Great. Thank you so much. Well, we're going to move into our other business, but thank you so much for joining us. Any other news or announcements from select board members? John?
Thank you very much. This is a brief one, but I hope some folks will actually respond to it. Excuse me, coming up this Sunday, the 30th, it's a cleanup day at Halls Pond. I think most people know where Halls Pond is, off of Amory Street. Wonderful, wonderful sanctuary named after Minna Hall, who was a nearby resident and a founder of the National Audubon Society and the Massachusetts Audubon Society. So a very, very important place near and dear to Brookline's heart, and needs attention every now and then from willing volunteers. So at 11 o'clock this Sunday and until 2 p.m., there will be people there who can sort of guide the rest of us into some cleanup tasks that can be done. I've done it at least once recently within the past year, and it can be fun and it can be rewarding. And the gloves and the tools that are necessary to do this kind of cleanup will be provided. So just wanted to let people know about that.
Great. Anyone else have any news or announcements that they would like to share? Seeing none, let's move into, oh, Miriam?
I'm just going to say quickly, because I've been getting some questions. For those of you who are new to Brookline, we celebrate Halloween on Halloween. So it will be on Monday, October 31st, fingers crossed for good weather.
Yes, and if any neighborhood wants to celebrate and have their street closed, there is a process for doing that. Just contact the select board's office. We sometimes take that up. Okay, moving into public comment. John?
Here we go. Public comment is an opportunity for the board to hear your perspective on the issues in Brookline that matter to you. A few rules to share. Each person speaking tonight is limited to 3 minutes. You don't need to use the entire time, but you may if you like. Please refrain from personal attacks and from addressing personnel issues during your comments. Members of the public sometimes raise questions. We may be able to provide a quick answer to a question. More likely, we'll work with staff to get a more thorough answer. We'll let you know when you have 30 seconds remaining and when your time is up. And at that time, please conclude your remarks. And if you have more to say, you can send an email to the board individually or as a board, expressing your thoughts in greater detail. And I believe it's Devin who's going to call on the first of our people signed up for public comment.
It's me tonight, John. Charlie, the ATA.
Okay.
So I believe the first person we have signed up for comment is Felina Silver Robinson, and I'm going to promote them now. Felina, you can unmute. Once you're promoted, you can unmute, and your 5 minutes, I believe we have allotted because Felina requested that time ahead in advance. We'll begin when you're ready.
Good evening. My name is Felina Silva Robinson. I am chair of the Brookline Commission for Women. While the Brookline Commission for Women supports the Select Board's recent decision to terminate former police chief Ashley Gonzalez, we join with others who have spoken out in support of those victimized by the former chief who did not feel safe coming forward with their complaint until represented by private attorneys, and who have continued to suffer as a result of the town's decision to publicly release a detailed transcript of every interview taken during the investigation. As has been now repeatedly stated by other members of the force and by many who work with victims of harassment and abuse, what transpired is unacceptable. Brookline must have a human resources department that puts the best interest of employees first, especially those bringing credible complaints of harassment. Further, there is no excuse for exposing the victims by releasing the interview transcripts without their consent or prior knowledge. This action all but guarantees that employees will be less likely to report harassment in the future. When incidents like these arise, a circumstance that is sadly equally guaranteed. Harassment of the kind described in the case happens every day and in every profession. It is the result of a culture that permits it both implicitly and explicitly. To change that culture, we must learn from each case, including from legitimate criticism of decisions and leadership. We therefore ask the Select Board to consider and respond to the following. 1, no one is more harmed by sexual or other harassment than the targets of the harassment. The town's first obligation is to acknowledge the pain caused to the victims and to prioritize helping them to recover their sense of personal and professional security, safety, and dignity. Not one leader has done this. The behavior exhibited by the former chief does not spring out of nowhere. It is typically a long pattern of behavior that should have been flagged during the background checks in the search of a new police chief. The town needs to ask why this search failed to identify this past behavior. For example, of the 18 cited background interviews, how many were with women who had worked with the candidate? And then amend its instructions to future searches to ensure a full picture of the candidate's record. Our best hiring practices need to be better. 3, a culture that allows this behavior will never change if victims do not feel safe reporting their experience. If they believe that they will be ignored, further victimized, blamed, shamed, or exposed. We heard this at the recent vigil against domestic violence. We heard this 2 years ago from the students at BHS who revealed this issue of a rape culture. We were supposed to have learned this lesson from the legions of victims in the past decade who came forward as part of Me Too. We certainly should have learned it from the recent cases in our public safety departments. Things won't change until and unless we create the culture of safety around reporting and hold the individuals accountable for their actions. Using excuses or defense rhetoric to explain what was done will not do anything to help those who were victimized heal or move forward. Yet that has been the town's principal response to the outcry after the public release of the report on this case. Instead, Brookline must commit to creating an atmosphere of safety, privacy, and support for those who report harassment. It must reform its criteria and instructions to search firms recruiting new staff. It must above all apologize to the staff who have suffered and promise to learn from this moment, not just further deflect or defend. Only then will be known as a town that truly does not allow this behavior. Thank you.
At this time, there are 20 attendees on the call, and I don't have anyone raising their hand other than Chaz has his hand up.
Chaz, would you like to say something?
Just briefly. One, thank you for that comment. As with last week's comments, it is important for us to hear that feedback. Let me begin by saying that, as I think Bernard pointed out in discussions about the decision to release the transcripts and the process that went through on there, that decision was informed by staff, and ultimately, as the head of staff, that ultimate responsibility is mine. And so let me say that the buck stops with me on that front, and that I am willing to accept the responsibility for that decision in informing the select board of the pros and cons of that process. And that when you talk about improvements and processes that staff will go through on that front, that is my responsibility as well. So your message to me is well taken, and your message to staff is well taken. I have had the opportunity to apologize in private for the process involved in releasing this information. I understand the immense emotional stress that involves to have that kind of investigation released to the public. And we can do a better job at messaging that, both to victims and to the general public at large. Ultimately, however, those transcripts are a public record. And I do apologize if the attempt to explain the processes behind why we made the decision we did have come across as defensive, because I don't intend them to be defensive. I intend them to be explanatory. I don't intend them as excuses. I intend them as explanations. You are absolutely correct. We must learn from this, and this legitimate criticism has been heard. I have spoken to the search firm in question. You are correct that of the 18 references, not one of them were women. The instructions to search firms going forward have been amended, and that will not happen again. You are absolutely correct that we must walk the walk in addition to talking the talk as to a community that supports victims of harassment and will not tolerate this behavior happening again. And on my watch, not just myself, but the broader staff is committed to learning from this event and providing a more holistic process for individuals who come forward to be protected and to have their dignity restored in the event that these things are reported. So thank you for making that clear and your statement. Thank you for bringing that to our attention. It is happening. We are learning from this. We are not faultless. We are not blameless, but we are learning, and we are making every attempt in good faith to make this a better place to live and work. So I really appreciate your comment, and I look forward to working together with you and the broader community to implement those changes that you have suggested. Thank you.
On behalf of the board, thank you very much, Chaz.
Okay, Madam Chair, we still have 23 attendees, and I just want to remind folks to use the raise hand or Q&A feature if you would like to speak. It does not look like at this time anyone else would like to step up and say anything.
Okay, then let's go into the miscellaneous. We have 2 sets of minutes to approve, the ones from October 14th and the ones from October 18th. Does anybody have any edits to them? Does anybody have any objections to taking them together? Seeing none, I will group them together. I move approval of the meeting minutes from October 14th and October 18th. All those in favor, Bernard?
Aye.
John?
Aye.
Miriam?
Aye.
Mike? Oh, your sound is not working, Mike.
Give us a thumbs up.
Okay, and the chair votes aye. You have probably 3 minutes before I call the roll again, because I have to get through the rest of the miscellaneous agenda. I move approval of the following authorization to hire requests in the Department of Public Works, Highway and Sanitation Division, painter laborer positions, Water and Sewer Division, motor equipment operator grade 2 positions. Move delegating signatory authority for the round 1 ARPA grant recipients to Miriam Ashkenazi and Mike Salmon on the select board. Move authoring and executing the agreement for the purchase from Allegiance Fire and Rescue of a Pierce Enforcer 1500 GPM pumper for $634,516, final price including trade-in allowance of $93,500 for the 2010 Pierce Arrow XT aerial truck Quint 6, purchased under the HGAC by Cooperative Purchasing Program. Question of approving amendment 29 to the contract with William Ron Architects in the amount of $80,105 for extended construction administrative services for the quad and 3rd floor classrooms renovation project. Moving approval of change order number 8 to the contract with NB Keeney in the amount of $17,824, furnish and install VFDs for 2 pumps deferred maintenance project. Moving approval of change order number 9 to the contract with NB Keeney in the credit amount of $44,583.70 for reimbursement to the TOB for costs incurred as a result of a flood deferred maintenance project. Moving change order, approval of a change order number 5 to the contract with Lambrian Construction in the amount of $118,658 for various scope changes as described therein. Moving approval of change order number 27 to the contract with Skanska USA in the amount of $0 for the high school project. Moving approval of change order number 15 to the contract with Gilbane Building Company in the amount of $43,150 for various scope changes for the Driscoll School project as detailed therein. Accepting an anonymous gift in the amount of $35,664 to support the school DPW partnership to promote composting in the schools. The donation includes purchase of the appropriate bins for school composting across the district and field trip for the students to our partner Black Earth's composting facilities. Approving a Chapter 90 reimbursement request in the amount of $120,120.84 related to the reconstruction of Clinton Road. And finally, approving a contract with Thai Sales under Neptune's HGCA by National Cooperative for the purchase of Neptune water meters in the amount of $1,733,099.52. All those in favor? Bernard, did you have a question?
Yeah, no, I just wanted to make note of the fact that item 3C, as you read it, is requiring that the agreements be signed by Miriam and Mike, which is different from what's on the agenda. So I think that, Miriam and Mike is the correct thing or correct thing that we're voting on.
Yes. I believe that might have been what I said because I
No,
did
it is
not
what
read
you
it
said.
as or.
No, it is what you said. I just want to
Okay.
point out that it's different from what's on the agenda.
Okay, I
And
appreciate
I
that.
think that was corrected, before the meeting.
Okay. John?
Yes, question about the same item with apologies to my colleagues for not having dealt with this prior to the start of the meeting. But I raised a question about this previously when it was on our consent agenda and asked a question which I thought we would get an answer to before it came back. And I'm not aware that we've had an answer to it. So I'll just repeat the question. It's sort of a two-parter. Is this the same thing as signing the MOUs? And that's the first part of the question. And MOU being memoranda of understanding with the various recipients of ARPA money. Second part of the question is, will the select board as a whole see those MOUs before they are signed? Because I've expressed an interest in seeing the MOUs for quite some time now, and yet we haven't had them come before us.
So as to the first question, the short answer is yes, right? This is signatory authority for the MOUs, and we are happy to get you. As to the second question, for the drafts of the MOUs, yes, we're happy to provide that language to you and for your review and understanding, and we're happy to have staff talk through it. The thought here is that this is effectively a ministerial designation, right? The process for approving the grants and going through the ARP approval process has already happened, and this is just literally the ink on the signature. It's not that different from me, for example, signing a document that you've given me the authority to sign. And I want to let Miriam jump in here as well.
Thank you. I would just say too that keep in mind that all of these MOUs have been vetted by Joe, right? So it's not like we're just inking something, that they are going through all of the normal regulatory processes of the town. Melissa's looking at them, Joe's, making sure that they're appropriate. And then we are essentially, as Chaz said, signing what us as the select board as a whole has already voted on. And thank you, Charlie. I asked Charlie to promote Tyler and Melissa just in case they have anything to add as well.
Bernard?
Yeah, and in the packet, I believe it's not the MOUs, but the grant agreements. That's really probably the more important document with respect to the concerns that John has. And I actually urge people to read them. They're long, but it tells you a lot about what we're expecting what are called subrecipients to do and the type of capabilities we expect them to have, which I assume we have a way of monitoring, but that's in the package.
John, do you have another follow-up question?
Yeah, just a couple, actually. So I just heard Bernard say something which I'm not sure has been everyone's understanding of this. Is it the MOUs or is it the grant agreements, or are those two things one and the same?
Tyler, I think you could probably explain this better than I can in terms of the difference there. It's really a structural thing, right?
We're using that interchangeably. On our end, we're calling them sub-recipient agreements, but you could call them the sub-recipient MOU, MOA. But it's the
And
same.
this gets very into the kind of weeds about who is a sub-recipient and who is a beneficiary, right? The big issue here is that, as Bernard pointed out, if you're a sub-recipient of ARPA money, you have a lot more responsibilities in terms of how that is doled out to the ultimate beneficiaries of the money. And that means that the legal requirements on that front are more arduous. Whereas if the town was making a direct beneficiary agreement with somebody and saying, here is money that is to go directly to you, they would have less obligations as a beneficiary, and the risk would lie more with the town in terms of what their responsibilities were under ARPA. So it is a little, the language is tortured in some ways, but as it often is with the federal grant making process. So I apologize for the confusion on that front. I will point out that, as Bernard said, the MOUs and the standard languages in the packets, I do think that it's it's worthwhile if any member of the board wants to have a kind of conversation about how these have evolved. I can assure you that as Mike will tell you, it has been a long and tortured process to try and get over the various intersections of state and local requirements and the federal requirements to get money in the hands of these grantees or subrecipients. And so in that regard, the legal documentation may differ, in some cases from recipient to recipient, but as much as possible, we are trying to keep it uniform so that we have one standard form that we don't allow subrecipients to say, well, I don't agree to this, I don't agree to that. With the understanding too that, because we are engaged in this community-based process, we may have to make occasional minor modifications to those agreements in order to effectuate the will of the people on that front. So it has been a long, winding road to get to this point. But I'm happy, and I'm sure the broader team is very happy to walk through, the decisions we made on those agreements and how they work with any member of the board regarding regarding Miriam and Mike's role, which is really, again, at the finish line after the broad strokes of the project have been approved, signing off on the legal document that actually gives them the money.
Great. I'll just conclude by saying, for the record, I would like to see the agreements. And I wish Miriam and Mike well in being the signatories to them. It's fine. If I see anything that I think raises a question, I will, of course, discuss that with them, which is why, I'm making such a point of saying, I think the other members of the board should see them. And I don't agree with the statement that gets repeated here, that the board has already voted on these. I haven't seen anything. I voted on something, many months ago that was a very, thinly worded, decision to grant a certain amount of money to, various organizations for some purposes that were described in a sentence or two. I don't know what the deliverables are, under any of these agreements, and to suggest that the board already knows all this stuff is just, I'm sorry, it's just not true on the record.
Miriam?
Well, John, the grant agreements are in the packet, so I suggest you read them. And the second thing I would say is that, again, we are not willy-nilly making the rules here. These are federal grants. They come with a very strict set of rules, which we have to abide by. We've been very careful to do that with Joe's help. And frankly, because of that, we've really delayed getting money into the hands of the recipients by a lot. And I want to get the money into the hands of the recipients. So please, by all means, read the grant agreements. They're there for you to look at.
Thank you very much.
Okay, so I read the entire miscellaneous agenda. I'm not gonna reread. So I'm gonna do a roll call vote. And we'll see whether or not we accept everything. So the miscellaneous agenda that I read, all those in favor? Bernard,
Aye.
John,
Aye.
Miriam,
Aye.
Mike?
Aye, this time, hopefully it works.
Yes, it did. And the chair votes aye. Thank you very, very much. I believe the first item of business on our calendar is the promotion in the police department. Do we have Chief Pastor?
I believe we do. Yes, I'm promoting to chief now. Chief,
Good
you are
evening.
promoted.
Good evening.
This
Thank you
is-
for thank you for
Yes.
having me back. You know, it's nice to be back in front of the board again this week for more promotions. This time, I'd be recommending 2 candidates for promotion to positions within the command staff of the police department. I'm asking the board to approve the appointment of Deputy Superintendent Kevin Mealy to the rank of Superintendent of Police and the appointment of Lieutenant Paul Campbell to the rank of Deputy Superintendent. These candidates have a combined 54 years of law enforcement experience here in the town of Brookline and have each proven themselves to be thoughtful, professional, forward-thinking leaders. They conduct themselves with the highest level of integrity and will continue to represent our department well in their new roles. Both candidates are recipients of the George R. Hanna Medal of Honor, a symbol of prestige and the highest law enforcement honor offered in the state for the bravery they displayed on September 2nd, 1999. They came under gunfire while investigating a suspicious vehicle that was parked near the Chestnut Hill Mall. Deputy Mealy returned fire, striking and then arresting a suspect who was wanted for the fatal shooting of 2 women and the wounding of another woman in Georgia. Another suspect fled the scene in that case, carjacked a woman at gunpoint, and later took his own life as members of Boston PD closed in on him. When Deputy Mealy, Lieutenant Campbell, and a 3rd member of our department, Sergeant Collins, received their medals later that year, they were the only award recipients who had survived their encounters. These officers have clearly demonstrated that they are willing to risk their own lives in order to keep our community safe. A little more now about Deputy Superintendent Kevin Mealy. Deputy Superintendent Mealy joined the police department in 1991. He has a bachelor's degree in business management from Northeastern University and a master's degree in criminal justice administration from Western New England College. Deputy Mealy was promoted to sergeant in 2004 and to lieutenant in 2015. To deputy superintendent, he was promoted in April of 2022. His expertise, his attention to detail, and his ability to remain calm under fire were a tremendous asset to the success of the US Open in June. Deputy Superintendent Mealy has earned numerous citations for excellent police work, received extensive training in crisis intervention, and has completed the Senior Management Institute for Police training with the Police Executive Research Forum. Lieutenant Paul Campbell was appointed to the department in September of 1998, and upon graduation from the police academy, he was assigned to the patrol division. In May of 2004, he was promoted to sergeant and stayed in the patrol division as a first-line supervisor, which required that he train and mentor new officers and provide on-scene guidance to officers with regard to departmental policies, legal issues, and enforcement decisions. In 2009, he was promoted to lieutenant and assigned as the commanding officer of the 3rd Platoon, or as it's more commonly known, the overnight shift. This role includes being in charge of all aspects of police operations, including scheduling, assignment of officers and supervisors, supervision of dispatch and communications, processing of prisoners, and ongoing evaluation of subordinates. In June of 2011, Lieutenant Campbell was assigned to the detective lieutenant position in charge of the Office of Professional Responsibility, and he remained in that role until August of 21, when he became the district court prosecutor. Lieutenant Campbell is a graduate of UMass Amherst and Boston College Law School, and he is a current member of the Massachusetts Bar. He has specialized training in crime analysis and is a member of the Mass Association of Crime Analysts. Like Deputy Mealy, Lieutenant Campbell has completed the Senior Management Institute for Police training with PERF, as well as other trainings focused on leadership and management. I look forward to being able to give these members of our department the promotions that they so very much deserve. And thank you for your time.
Thank you so much. I've heard about that incident in 1999, but I didn't know the full extent of that. Oh my goodness. Any questions or comments before we make this official? Bernard?
Yeah, I'd just like to say that I appreciate the work that Chief Pastor and Town Administrator have done to finally resolve some of these promotion needs. It's been going on for a long time, and I've been very concerned about them. And I've also been assured that we'll continue filling the vacancies, in particularly the leadership positions in the department, so that people can move up from the civil service list into higher positions, which is also very important for morale as well as other reasons. I also want to, as a personal note, want to cite the education of both of these, particularly Paul Campbell, a grad of Boston College Law School, which I graduated from, where he must have learned how to write so clearly and persuasively. Something you'll notice immediately if you ever have the opportunity to read any of his reports. So, I mean, this is another example of the really high quality people we have in the police department. It's great that they're moving up. So, thank you.
Thank you.
John and then Mike.
Thanks very much. Thank you very much, Chief Pastor, and thank you to members of the public who I think, for understandable reasons, have been waiting anxiously for this to happen. And on many an occasion, in conversations with people, I've had to ask them, please do be patient, because there's reasons why it took as long as it did. But we are all extremely happy to see this happening tonight. And in fact, I have already been contacted by people in anticipation of this who want to know, will there be the opportunity for people to be present at some kind of ceremonial recognition of the promotions? So have you got some information for us?
I'm so glad you asked. Our plan, and I will confirm with Town Clerk Ben Kaufman, is to have a ceremony here at Public Safety Headquarters this coming Friday at 10:30 in the morning, so that he could formally swear them in, give them the oath of office that everyone is required to take upon promotion, and make it official.
Friday, 10:30 at the community room of the police station?
Yes.
Great. Thank you so much.
Mike?
So two things. One is I'm just so impressed with the qualifications that these two officers have, and it's a great pleasure to be able to say yes, as I will vote aye with my speaker back on. I also want to say that it's a great pleasure to be able to welcome you to make these appointments now that we are, for whatever else may have happened, past the issues with having a suspended chief floating out there. It was very difficult for us to do anything until that was resolved, and it's great to have that resolved and be able to do this. So thank you very much for your patience and for theirs in bringing this forward.
Thank you.
So let's make it official. And I'll do them separately. All those in favor of promoting Deputy Superintendent Kevin Mealy to the rank of Superintendent, please say aye. Bernard?
Aye.
John?
Aye.
Miriam?
Aye.
Mike?
Aye.
And the chair votes aye. And then I move promoting Lieutenant Paul Campbell to the rank of Deputy Superintendent. All those in favor? Bernard?
Aye.
John?
Aye.
Miriam?
Aye.
Mike?
Aye.
And the chair votes aye. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Okay, was it my imagination or no, we have firefighter appointments as well.
Promoting the chief now. Chief, you should be promoted whenever you'd like to share your video.
Oh no, we can't hear you, Chief.
Sorry, Chief, we're not hearing you. There you go.
Let me try this one. Can you hear
Yes.
me now? All right,
Yes.
super. Well, my headphones aren't working for some reason. Anyway, good evening to everyone, and thank you for offering me an opportunity to present to the board 5 firefighters for the position of recruit firefighter. And we hope to start next week. These 5 firefighters to be, I should say. Thomas Harrington would be a 3rd-generation firefighter following the footsteps of his grandfather and father. His father was the district chief in Boston, recently retired. Thomas holds a bachelor's degree from Northeastern University and is currently teaching history and coaches varsity sports at St. Sebastian School in Needham. Joshua Del Vecchio is a 20-year veteran of the United States Coast Guard, where he served in various leadership roles. His expertise in the Coast Guard was in electrical and digital design, and successfully managed numerous projects in those areas. 3rd is Daniel Crowley, a 2009 graduate of Brookline High, who attended Massachusetts Community College. He's worked extensively as a personal trainer and also a personal assistant for a Los Angeles production company. He's a Massachusetts certified emergency medical technician. Zaid Shah is also a Brookline High alumnus and graduated in 2020. And he has already completed several FEMA incident command courses and is a certified emergency medical technician. And then finally, Shane Walsh is a 2016 graduate of the University of Amherst, Massachusetts Amherst, with a degree in psychology. He played Division I hockey for UMass and went on to play professional hockey in the ECHL and the AHL for 6 years following college. He currently works in business development. All of these candidates went through the civil service process, have completed their physicals, medical and psychological evaluations, as well as background checks. Pending your approval tonight, we'll start next Monday in an academy that's being sponsored by our friends in Cambridge. What goes around comes around. We've put many Cambridge firefighters through our drill school, and they're now reciprocating by putting 5 of our firefighters through their drill school. So I would ask the board to approve appointing these 5 individuals as Brookline Fire probationary firefighters.
Excellent. Thank you so much. Any questions or comments? Bernard.
Yeah, I'd just like to comment again, Chief Sullivan, you've brought to us firefighters, in this case, prospective firefighters who have incredible backgrounds, incredible education, and really are going to make incredible contributions to our community. I'd also like to specifically point out that 2 of these prospective firefighters are Brookline High School grads. And I think it's very important to see Brookline High School as a pipeline towards both our fire department, police department, and the other departments here in town. It really, enhances the quality of our departments and the knowledge of people to the community that they're working in. So, thank you.
It's also really great that we work so closely with our neighboring communities. I hope that pays dividends.
It already is.
Okay.
We are looking at a probably 6-month delay in getting into the Massachusetts Firefighter Academy, so the ability to partner with our friends in Cambridge and get these folks moving right along through an academy and onto the line just after the first of the year will be a great asset to us.
Great. Okay.
Sorry to
Chad.
jump in. John Van Scoyac is now an attendee as opposed to a panelist. Charlie, you want to just promote him back in?
Sorry, thank you for raising
No worries.
my attention.
Sorry about that, John.
That's a very uncomfortable feeling, I have to say, not knowing if you've been banished from the meeting.
Freudian slip there, I think.
Who had their finger on the button? That's what I want to know.
We'll blame the new guy.
That's
Chief,
right. I've been given too much power.
I just wanted to say to the chief, I had the very pleasurable experience of attending an academy graduation not too long ago. Will there be that kind of an opportunity when these new firefighters or future firefighters graduate from their academy?
Indeed, there will. I don't have a date as of right now for when that ceremony will be, but I will certainly get that to you through Chaz and Devin when that date and time comes. I know we've already reached out to our friends at the former Pine Manor College, where we've performed these ceremonies in the past, and they have graciously consented to allow Cambridge/Brookline to use their building for that purpose when the time comes.
Can I put in a personal preference that you include the bagpiper?
I'll see what we can do.
That was a great touch, I gotta say.
Okay, let's make this official, shall we? I move approval of appointing the following firefighters in the fire department: Thomas Harrington, Joshua Del Vecchio, Daniel Crowley. Is it Zaid?
Zaid or Zaid, I don't know.
Yeah, Shah. And Shane Walsh. All those in favor? Bernard?
Aye.
John?
Aye.
Miriam?
Aye.
Mike?
Aye.
And the chair votes aye. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Okay. So I know Bernard had some questions about this agenda item. So I hope that we are able to address those questions. Who wants to go first on the ARPA Brookline Community Foundation grant agreement? Mike?
Thank you. Full disclosure, I was a chair of the Brookline Community Foundation Board 22 years ago when the foundation assumed its current form, and the foundation has been a frequent recipient of town funds, including in the last couple of years during COVID, town funds that came through federal, that were basically a pass through from federal grants. There's a very long history of the Community Foundation being the organization that distributes funds to individuals on behalf of the programs that the federal government has put in place and provided funding for COVID relief. So it seems to me like this is very much a continuation of that same record that we have had of working with the Community Foundation on these sorts of issues. Of all of the organizations in Brookline, this one is probably the most able to account for funding. It has for years collected literally hundreds of thousands of dollars and distributed them through its own grant program to individuals who have fallen into difficult circumstances, their safety net. There's just such an extraordinary history of servicing the community, and I realize that we have a responsibility to disperse these ARPA funds in accordance with federal rules, no matter how great the recipient may be. But in this case, there's a record already of us doing that with federal funds and having good outcomes.
Great. Maybe we get to questions and then we try to see what the responses are. Miriam, did you just want to add?
I just was gonna, for a refresher, that, and Tyler or Melissa can correct me, but that, I'm gonna bring everybody back to town meeting. and last town meeting and warrant article 26, and Mel working with BCF and with rec to create opportunity for kids to participate in rec programs that couldn't otherwise afford it. So that's where this comes from. Am I correct, Tyler and Melissa?
That's where the confusion comes from, yes.
Yes. Do you want to unconfuse us?
Sure. So I think when we went through the process with the ARPA agreements, we essentially had a number that was voted by the committee that was reduced from the original allocation. And then there was this discussion on the rec programming that was kind of layered on top of it, going on at the same time. And when we voted to fund the rec programming, it was basically added to what was a reduced number for BCF. And so the lines of communication weren't clear enough for them to understand that the funding that they were provided wasn't for their original ask, but it was for a portion of their original ask plus this rec programming. And so we've had a series of discussions with BCF, with the former town administrator, with Mike and Miriam as well. And we feel like the best remedy that we can provide is to fund the original request for BCF, considering their partnership with the town and the history with the town, and then use contingency funds to support the rec programming so that no program is harmed, both get funding. And Tyler, if I've missed anything, you can fill in the gaps there as well.
No, you did a much better job articulating that than I could have. I was just gonna see if you were gonna fill in the warrant article background on that, but you covered it.
Okay, let's put a pin in this and let's hear from Bernard. And I think John might also have a question. Bernard?
Yeah, the warrant article at town meeting is irrelevant to this issue, I think. The question here is, or the issue here is that the town screwed up and BCF sort of made an assumption that was in their favor. And as a result, they are spending money that we didn't authorize. At least that's how I see it. I think that the importance of BCF to our assistance to town residents and organizations, and our long history, as Mike I think mentioned, is something to take into consideration. And in addition, Melissa assured me that the proposal to repurpose the funds is legal and within the bounds of the fairly obscure and convoluted federal regulations. So I'm not, I don't think that this is a huge problem, but I'm still a little uncomfortable and I'm going to abstain.
John?
If I may, a couple of questions. If we went back to the record of the meeting at which the select board approved the ARPA allocations, what would the record show as to the vote that was taken by the select board?
It will show. So I think what happened was the committee voted $500,000. Then the town administrator made a recommendation around the rec programming around the warrant article, adding $500,000 to that amount. And so if you were following the select board meeting every single week, you could connect the dots. But if you came at the end and saw the final vote for $1 million, it would be easy to assume that the entirety of the program got funded. They're one of the few grantees that actually had full funding. As you can recall, John, what the committee did was vote reduced allocations on almost every grant amount, given the volume of requests that we had. So they are definitely an exception, but I think that we're also fairly confident that they would have received this funding under round 2, and that, that this is definitely an entity that is well-versed in providing funds for the purposes of this grant.
So the follow-up question, if I may, is would the proper way to do this, and in fact is what we are doing tonight, would the proper way to do this be to retake the vote of the select board on the amount to be awarded to BCF and raise the amount by $500,000 as a sort of a follow-up to our prior vote on the first round funding.
We feel the language that we put in the packet for the vote is the appropriate way to basically solidify what we're trying to do here.
Okay.
Unless a majority of the select board does not want to go based on the recommendation of what staff have provided, I'm reluctant to deviate from that. Miriam?
Just quickly to Bernard's point, I think there was some genuine miscommunication. I think of that Hamilton song, "The Room Where It Happened." We weren't in the room where it happened. So I feel like it's hard for me to say where the breakdown was exactly, but I do think there was some genuine confusion. I don't think it was, I certainly don't think that it was intentional. So I understand your discomfort in how this played out, but I do think this is a solution that fixes what we need to fix. And as always, lessons learned for going forward.
I'll offer this, and I have no idea whether or not this was relevant or not, but BCF was going through a search for their executive director this summer. And I mean, when people leave and people start, there is often, a breakdown in communication from my experience. John, you have your hand up.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I realized I meant to ask one more question and now maybe two more questions. Can someone give us just a short summary of update of what is the status right now of the applications? How much money has been applied for under the $500,000 scholarship program?
So in terms of the REC has a revised estimate of how much they think they need to support the scholarships program. I believe it's less than $500,000, but I think they're still working on the details of how to execute that.
Yeah, and I asked that question because I recall sitting in on a meeting not too long ago at which this came up, and if I understood the discussion correctly, there was essentially people were saying they didn't think they would have enough applications to use all the money, and because it would require them to provide more spots than they had recreation leaders to offer. But if I didn't understand that correctly, I didn't understand that correctly. The second half of what I wanted to just follow up with is, if I can remember it, come back to me in just a minute. I think Mike had a question.
Yes, or he had his hand up anyway.
Well, yeah, so I just want to say that the original proposal actually from the petitioner on the article was for a considerably larger sum. And I remember the discussion that we had here, I believe it was, or maybe it was in the opera committee, I've actually lost track, was that in all probability that amount of money was more than would be required in order to provide scholarships for the kids who are interested in them. And it's very possible that not all of that $500,000 will be used. The rec department has set aside, I believe, they set aside, I think, 150 slots for the fall, and I'm not sure how many of those were filled. But based on that experience, they'll figure out what they're going to do for the next season. So yeah, it is indeed possible, and then the funds will roll over to a subsequent year or subsequent quarter, actually, of rec programs. And rec programs run all through the year.
Okay, John, did you remember?
Yeah, I did remember. Thank you very much. And this gets to, I think it gets to Bernard's discomfort, which I, somewhat share, but I am going to vote for this. Are we at any risk of opening the door to other organizations saying there was also confusion, in their instance that they think led to them being underfunded? I mean, the grounds for this, that there was confusion about how much money the organization was getting, therefore we're going to give them $500,000, additional. it just doesn't feel, I don't feel comfortable with it. I don't blame Bernard for maybe feeling uncomfortable with it.
So this is the only grant recipient that received full funding for what they applied for, but with the repurposement that was done during the warrant article process, basically revising their scope without informing them that their scope had been revised. That's essentially what happened.
Mhm.
Got it.
I appreciate that. Thank you.
Bernard?
Yeah, just want to say that having read the grant agreement that we voted on earlier, I doubt if any organization that signed such an agreement would be able to argue what BCF is arguing in this situation. Now, the situations are different, to be sure, but I urge the select board to read that agreement to understand what we're expecting of small mom and pop type nonprofits that we should also be expecting of big, humongous, foundations. That's what I want to say. But other than read that agreement, it's long.
Okay. Any other comments before I move the language to be voted? Okay, seeing none. I move approval of the use of Brookline Community Foundation's Round 1 ARPA award in the amount of $1 million for the Safety Net Fund and transfer the Recreational Scholarship Fund earmarked to the ARPA contingency. All those in favor? Bernard?
Abstain.
John?
Aye.
Miriam?
Aye.
Mike?
Aye.
And the chair votes aye. Thank you so much. I realize that we're about a half hour late, and I was trying to type something to the question answer in the chat. I will just say this: we are going to take the high school presenters first because we already made them wait an entire select board meeting a couple of weeks ago. That was our fault for not putting them first. So we are going to get through them, and I will do my best to make sure that this presentation does not go past 7:15 so that Abby Swain can present warrant Article 9. So don't make a liar out of me, guys.
I'm gonna
Okay,
go ahead and promote Abby then.
great. No, the high schoolers.
Oh, I'm sorry, wrong. All right, so high schoolers first.
Yes.
We have 3 of them.
I believe so.
All right, all 3 should be promoted now. You guys can mute, share your screens.
Tal, do you want to share your screen or?
Sure. Oh, it says host disabled participant screen sharing.
Yeah, let me go ahead and allow that.
Thank you.
There we go. It should let you do. You should be all set.
Okay, thank you so much everyone for being here. My name is Atlas Nubir. I'm a senior at BHS and one of the leaders of the Climate Justice Club.
I'm Alice. I'm also a senior at BHS, also a leader of the Climate Justice Club. I'm Tal, and all of that applies to me too.
Okay, so we're here to talk about warrant Article 41, resolution regarding an affordable housing overlay district study committee.
Okay, so the big question is why? Why do we need this? So as you all know, I'm sure, Brookline has a really strong demand, a really large demand for affordable housing, and the supply is simply not meeting it. And this is harming most Brookline residents, especially low income people and people not in Brookline. But anyways, so just to review some stats, the average waiting time for families waiting to be placed in a VHI properties, about 6 years, which is a really long time. And there are about 7,700 of these households, even though there are only about 2,125 affordable units that are currently available. Of course, there's a few hundred more recently as a 40B, but these are the ones that are currently available. So to add on to that, yeah, Brookline's zoning law restrictions, they simply create a lack of incentive for affordable housing, especially specifically 100% income restricted affordable housing. And they additionally limit the density of housing. And so we said that we're part of the Climate Justice Club. And one way that relates is that, well, density is actually really good for the climate. It means that everything, a lot more things are within walking distance. It's much easier to use public transportation, and generally it leads to way fewer carbon emissions. So yeah, limiting the density is kind of an important factor of, what the housing situation is. And really right now, we're kind of at this point where we've met the 40B threshold, and it's like, a time to really figure out what do we want out of Brookline's affordable housing future. And this is, our warrant article is one possible way to go forward.
Okay, so what is an affordable housing overlay? Essentially, an affordable housing overlay district allows developers to bypass zoning requirements if they build permanently 100% affordable units that meet certain criteria. The zoning restrictions that could be bypassed and criteria would be developed by the study committee if this warrant article is passed, and be neighborhood specific in order to tailor the affordable housing overlay district for our community. Criteria that would allow developers to bypass zoning restrictions includes income targeted housing that meets different income tiers. This is a core tenet of the affordable housing overlay. For example, what it could look like is having fractions be restricted for different income levels. Many greater Boston communities, including Cambridge, Somerville, and North Reading, have implemented affordable housing overlay districts where they have proven to increase affordable housing. One example of success is Cambridge. In the first year after passing its own affordable housing overlay district, Cambridge approved 350 new affordable units and homes in its pipelines. And here on the slide, you can see some other stats about Cambridge. Based on this success, we believe that it would be worthwhile for Brookline to investigate whether or not an affordable housing overlay would be a good idea for Brookline to pursue.
Okay, so I just want to emphasize that our larger goal with this is creating more affordable housing in Brookline that is income targeted. This means that it's explicitly reserved for low to middle income residents. And what we want is a study committee to study tools to increase this type of housing in Brookline, focusing on whether or not an affordable housing overlay district would be appropriate for Brookline, and if it would be, what that could potentially look like. So what we're asking for the study committee to work on increasing this type of housing. So I'm going to go into a bit of the specifics around that. Our resolution is not, like I said, not for an actual affordable housing overlay district. It's for a subcommittee of the Housing Advisory Board. We want this to be done carefully and done right. We think that a Housing Advisory Board staff committee is the best way to do this. The members will be voluntary and unpaid, so that minimizes the financial burden or the cost. And this committee will report on when AHOD, whether or not an AHOD would be an effective tool for Brookline and what it would look like if so. A few parameters: we want there to be at least economic on that part right now with some people. We want at least 2 members to have lived in affordable public housing, at least 1 to have zoning experience, and at least 2 to have expertise in affordable housing and development. We have heard a lot about the burden this will place. We have done our best to minimize the cost of this warrant article and the burden on town staff. We have talked to the Housing Advisory Board, and they agreed to take this under their wing, as a HAB subcommittee. So it's our top priority, and this is sort of helping us minimize the burden. So I was going to talk a bit more about that.
Yeah, so really we've really talked to a lot of people. We've talked to the HAB, we've talked to 1 or 2 of you, we've talked to the planning department staff, and really so many experienced town leaders who really helped us. So we went through 2 main changes. One is what Alice just talked about right now. It's that at first we proposed a study committee that you guys, the select board, would like propose, like not propose. I'm sorry, I'm forgetting the word, but like you guys would choose who would be on it. Sorry, I'm blinking. But yeah, so we had that, but we did kind of realize that that is actually an incredible burden. And actually, when we were on the HAB meeting, they suggested that they take a leadership role on this, and that this instead become a subcommittee of the HAB, which would both like help reduce the work for the planning department and the select board. Additionally, kind of along with that, we decided to delete the deadline for November 2023, which was the original deadline for the study committee report. And now it's just should be submitted as soon as is practicable.
All right, so there are two big concerns that people have consistently brought up about this proposal. You can see here a few more concerns are listed on the slide, but I'm just going to talk about these two. So the first one, which we talked about a lot, is that this committee will put a burden on town staff who are already stretched very thin. We really heard this critique, and we want, in order to minimize burden, we're putting it under the HAB's wing and making it volunteer based and just a committee. So hopefully that addresses that to a degree. Second thing we hear a lot is that there are so many zoning efforts going on right now, especially about affordable housing, and this will just interfere with them. You know, thinking about the comp plan, and a lot of people say that just interferes with it. So we've really tried to explicitly design this so it fits into the housing production plan and the comp plan efforts. The housing production plan coming out will likely propose an AHO as a useful tool, but it's not going to get into that tool in any detail. So we want a study committee to actually look into that once the HPP puts it forward. And then the reason this fits in the master plan is because it will be queued up and ready to be incorporated into a master plan by the time we get around to actually, because that's going master plan is going to take a while, and it wouldn't be ready otherwise. So it really deserves this study focus. And in order for our master planning effort to actually be effective, we need to do the research on tools like an AHOD so they can be incorporated when we put forward that plan. All right, thank you so much. If you have like private questions, you can email any of us three or all of us three. Yeah.
Thank you so much for that presentation. I will say a couple of things. One, I want to give time to another petitioner, so let's try to keep questions and answers until we hit about 6:50, and then we really must move on. I was present for the discussion when you guys presented before the HAB, the Housing Advisory Board, and I have to say I am very impressed with the feedback incorporation. I know I was very direct with my concerns. A lot of people think, oh, well, we'll just have the select board like create another committee and that'll solve the problem. And that's all well and good, but you know, we're volunteers too, and everybody feels maxed out. So the Housing Advisory Board offered to take this under their wing and have it be a subcommittee to them, and that way that there is the appropriate skill sets available, and there's already that established working relationship with staff. So I must say, you flipped me from a no to a yes. Any questions or comments by my select board members? John?
Thanks very much to the people who have presented tonight. And every time I hear a presentation such as this, I am humbled beyond belief that I would never be at this level when I was in high school. I don't know what magic Brookline Public Schools is working, but this was a very impressive presentation. I am going to be very interested in seeing the results of the advisory committee's review of this proposal. I also think it was a really good move to change this to something that is handed over to the Affordable Housing Committee. However, I would stop short of my own preference would be to stop short of the prescriptive part of it, that yes, hands it over to them, but then on the other hand, basically tells them what to do going forward, as opposed to just saying, we take you at your word that you're working on a housing production plan. You're part of the effort to create a updated housing production plan. And we'll let you figure out how to incorporate consideration of an affordable housing overlay in your work, as opposed to, and therefore we are telling you to appoint a committee of no more than 8 people, and 2 of them should be from public housing, and et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. One of the things that didn't come up in this is that if there isn't sort of consideration given to the amount of staff support that committee would require as a separate committee on its own mission, and sort of separate from the actual work of the already existing committees, that could become a drag on the planning department, and it could become duplicative of efforts that are already ongoing in other places, but unfortunately duplicative in terms of doubling the amount of staff time required to assist the committee. So I'm generally not a big fan of overly prescriptive resolutions. On the one hand, they're resolutions and they don't have to be taken at face value and followed to the letter. On the other hand, people want to be respectful. And sometimes in their effort to be respectful, they follow them very closely. And it might result in some other work that has also been, created for groups through resolutions at town meeting, getting less attention than it might have. So I think we have to balance all of those things. And for that reason, I'm going to pay close attention to the advisory committee recommendation, but suspend my judgment for now on this resolution. But thank you.
Bernard? You'll have to unmute, Bernard.
Sorry. I'd like to echo previous comments that this is an impressive body of work, but on a very, very complex problem affecting Brookline and communities throughout the country. And one question that I have is how this relates to affordability across the income spectrum. Like, we cannot be a community that is all luxury housing and low-income affordable housing. That's not sustainable. And I didn't really see in the material in our packet, as well as your presentation, addressing that issue. And one question that you mentioned was whether this proposal would result in a lot of luxury condominiums in the questionnaires neighborhood. That's an important question. Also important is, what does this proposal help or hurt maintaining affordable housing at that sort of middle income level? We have a lot of affordable housing at that level here in Brookline. They're being demolished and replaced with the luxury condominiums that we all talk about. And so I was just wondering, whether you've given any thought to the issue of, whether this proposal helps or hurts the development or maintenance of middle income affordability.
So Alice, I saw your hand raised. I'm going to allow you to speak. We are going to end in 2 minutes, and Mike has his hand raised, so try to make it succinct.
You can treat my question as just a comment, and okay. They can answer it later.
Mike? Oh no, your audio's not working again.
Yes, we can't hear you.
Okay, I'm going to buy us just 1 minute while he figures that out, and say that one of the things that I've learned in this realm of public policy that I'm hoping that you learn as you embark on this journey of warrant articles and crafting policy, is that sometimes it's taken for granted that all of us kind of agree that something should be, but then the devil is in the details, like how. The how is the hardest part. Mike?
Am I back?
Oh, yes.
Nice. Unfortunately, the warranty on that headset has expired. So I think if you look at the article itself, it suggests housing, different housing categories, including middle-income household housing for middle-income households earning up to 120% of average of the area median income. So I really think that the question that's being asked about, well, you know, are we, what does this actually do? That's a really good answer to it. And it's something that I've spoken about quite a bit, that we need to look forward to improving housing availability across the middle income spectrum as well. It's there. And also there's a provision for looking towards moderate income households earning up to 80%. So that's in the resolution. And I don't think that it's overly prescriptive, and it doesn't say that, well, X amount has to go here, X amount has to go there. So when this comes to a vote at the select board, I intend to support it.
Thank you so much. Now, this is a public hearing. Totally forgot to mention that. Charlie, are there any members of the public who have indicated that they would like to speak?
I don't have anyone right now. We have 37 attendees on the call, Madam Chair, and nobody has raised their hand.
Okay.
And I see, hold on. Yes, I do have one person.
Susan Cohen, please promote.
And then one after that as well.
Okay.
Jeff Wachter is in the Q&A.
Yes, thank you. So Susan, you have been promoted and you can now unmute and share your video if you feel comfortable.
Sure. Well, thank you for this opportunity. I'll try to be brief. My name is Susan Cohen. I'm both a commissioner of the Brookline Housing Authority and I'm general counsel of the Cambridge Housing Authority. And I'd like to encourage the select board to vote favorably on this resolution. As the presentation made clear, Cambridge is one of the communities that's recently adopted an affordable housing overlay. And my experience with that, overseeing 2 projects that have already been approved, is that it's a vast improvement over previous ways of handling affordable housing projects that go through the 40B process. So I think this is something that could provide a real direction and will not conflict with, but will, I think, support the other efforts that are going on to review needs for affordable housing and ways to comply with, for instance, the MBTA zoning requirements that we'll have to be looking at anyway. This would be a perfect way to put those things together. What I've experienced in Cambridge, to share my experience, has been that an objective standard is very helpful to create efficiencies for both the petitioner and for the city or the town for the staff time, because your categories and your criteria are clear, that there's plenty of opportunity for feedback on design. There's been lots of back and forth with the planning board, lots of changes made in response to that, and it will actually very efficiently achieve some of the goals that the town has said that it agrees should be fostered. And this is really just looking to study something so we could fill in the blanks later, but that's the whole point of a study committee. And it's a really great opportunity to move forward on something that I think will be really helpful to housing production, to preservation of existing affordable units and creation of new affordable units. So I'll stop there.
Okay, the next person in line to speak is Jeff Wachter. I'm just looking for him now. Promoting Jeff to a panelist. Jeff, you have been promoted. You may unmute and you'll have 3 minutes whenever you're ready.
Hi, thank you. Can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Great. My name is Jeff Wachter. I live at 411 Washington Street, and I want to encourage the select board to vote favorable action on this resolution. I think an affordable housing overlay is a really important tool in the toolbox to address housing affordability broadly across town. As a couple of the select board members have mentioned, we obviously have challenges at multiple income levels. But by targeting this specifically at income restricted folks who are making the median income or lower, we can really target some of the benefits that would accrue to the home builders in order to create housing for people who need it the most and are often the least likely to be able to move into Brookline on their own with market rate housing. And I think moving over to the HAB is really a great move. There's a lot of nuance to figure out exactly what benefits we need to provide in the code in order to make it a tool that actually gets used. It's great. It's all great to make a really pie in the sky. We want 100% at very low income, but if nothing actually gets built, then there's no point. So taking the time to study it and having the HAB and the various experts, both who on this subcommittee as well as connected with HAB, to actually figure out what those details need to be is really important. And this resolution seems to do a good job of putting those priorities front and center, so that at the end of the day, we can come out with an affordable housing overlay that will really actually build housing here in Brookline. All right, thank you.
Thank you so much. I will close the public hearing. And we need to move on. Thank you very much for this presentation. We will be voting at another meeting.
Yeah.
Okay, so we have Abby Swain for the next 18 minutes.
I'm promoting Abby now. Abby, you are promoted to a panelist. You may now unmute.
All right, I think I'm in. Thank you very much for hustling. I know how hard it is to stay on time. After all, I was on the transportation board for 10 years, and I know we sometimes went past 11 p.m. So I am completely in sympathy. So what's going to happen here for 7 minutes is that Marissa will run the slides and I will speak to them, hopefully offering some novel commentary that you all haven't studied to death yet.
Melissa,
Vote. V-O-G-T.
Thank you for the reminder.
Yeah. There she is. Okay, so I'll just get started. So this slide is intended to ease you into the whole discussion of winter, which is a little bit scary. We all know that it can be beautiful in Brookline, as in this picture, but the problem is when it's not promptly removed from the streets and sidewalks, it gets trampled, it melts, and then it freezes in place just like glue and becomes a hazard and a barrier to pedestrian travel. Next slide. As we see in these pictures, just one property out of compliance can make a whole block impassable. So anyone with a wheelchair or a stroller or a shopping cart would either get mired in what we see here, or they'd have to turn around. Next slide. We all know that owners often ignore the transitions between their properties and adjacent alleys or intersections, and that in effect maroons pedestrians on the sidewalk. And crossing a frozen berm of snow can be extremely hazardous for a child or an elderly person, and it's dangerous even for nimble pedestrians long after other snow has melted. Next slide. So all these photos show that the lingering effects of removing snow, not removing snow, or doing a really bad job of removing snow are quite serious. They weren't taken 3 hours or 30 hours after the end of a snowstorm. They were taken days and weeks later. So we really need to deal better with the realities of New England weather and our dense street networks, or admit that we are really only a fair weather walkable community. Next slide. So the Pedestrian Advisory Committee, which did not submit this article, analyzed data on over 4,000 unshoveled and icy sidewalk complaints submitted through Brook Online over a 9-year period, and analyzed it. And the results show that those types of complaints represent 18% of all complaints despite their seasonal nature. 750 addresses had more than one complaint, 120 have had more than 5, 460 have had complaints in more than 1 year, and 120 have had complaints in more than 2 years. This is evidence that residents really care about this issue very much, and that we need stronger and smarter rules to deal with the realities of our climate and deadbeat property owners. Next slide. Currently, our bylaw gives us a situation that in neighborhoods with single and 2 and 3 and 4 family homes, sidewalks can remain legally impassable for up to 2 days. Those are days when kids could walk to school, workers could reach their jobs, and transit stops, worshipers could walk to temple or church, and elders could go shopping, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And in reality, those 30 hours turn into much longer thanks to the freeze-thaw cycle. Next slide. So after meeting with the ad hoc subcommittee of the advisory committee that was assigned this warrant article, many of whom voiced concerns over the practicality and fairness of the 6-hour time frame that we proposed for 1 and 2 family homes, and the 3-hour time frame we sought to extend from 5 and more units down to 3 and 4 units, we put forward an amended proposal. We listened. Under this proposal, areas where 1, 2, 3, and 4 family homes line the streets could see sidewalks passable by morning or noon on the following day, and depending on when the storm ends, instead of up to 2 days later. Elsewhere, the 3-hour compliance window that's currently on the books will still apply. And we should note that in Boston, the 3-hour window applies to every property. And in Cambridge, all properties must comply within 12 hours for daytime snowfall by 1 p.m. And by 1 p.m. for overnight snowfall. So Cambridge is very similar to what we're proposing. Next slide. This was a very interesting map that Marissa produced using town data. We can see that our landscape is dominated by 1 to 4 unit properties, more than we might otherwise assume. So in those areas, many streets can be legally impassable for up to 30 hours and longer because of negligence. And under the amendment that the advisory committee has put before you, they could be impassable for 24 hours. This is clearly not what those who file complaints on Brook Online want to see. About 2/3 of Brookline housing units are in 5 or more family buildings. And those folks, those voters, would not be affected by the shortened compliance window we're proposing. They already need to clear their snow within 3 hours. About 1/3 of our housing units are in 1 to 4 family buildings. But these buildings have a big footprint and they account for over 80% of all residential buildings. So voting no action on this warrant article or voting for the advisory committee motion is putting the convenience of 1/3 of Brookline households over equity and accessibility for all community members. Next slide. So this table contrasts our current circa 2015 bylaw with the amended warrant article. The gray cells show what we have in the books now, and the white shows the desired change. So we responded not only to the concerns about the narrowed compliance windows in our original warrant article, but also to the notion that before fines are dramatically increased, at least for first offenses, DPW should test the deterrent effect of current fine levels by doing more enforcement. But we are not sure that DPW and partner departments have the staff to accomplish this. So the deterrent effect of steeply escalating fines is important. This framework, compared to the one originally proposed, does risk more overnight freezing of accumulations, but not nearly as much as does 30 hours or the 24-hour window proposed by the advisory committee. It raises first offense fines only by the rate of CPI inflation, which is 25% since 2015, but keeps steeper escalation of fines for subsequent offenses, which are more serious. Next slide. Other improvements in this proposed amended warrant article include clearing curb ramps and portions of driveways that are part of the sidewalk system. That was not clear in the existing bylaw, although it could be assumed. We heard no objections from the ad hoc advisory committee subcommittee to the new language here. And we think it's very important to make this clear to property owners. The advisory committee recommends giving owners 6 more hours than their baseline 24 hours for owners to clear ramps if the DPW has plowed them in. That seems reasonable, even though it risks more freezing than we would otherwise see. DPW does have the power to forego enforcement in all owner categories in extenuating circumstances, and the advisory committee's recommended amendment adds emphasis on DPW discretion, which is fine. Scofflaw repeat offenders are a source of frustration as they were in 2015 when town meeting last took action. And the proposed amendment allows for escalating fines to be applied within a snow event or across snow events within a season. As in 2015, it is necessary 7 years later to adjust fine amounts to make the cost of non-compliance more comparable to the cost of compliance, especially for large properties whose frontages are lengthy and which can best afford both fines and services. Next slide. Every commenter thus far has acknowledged that providing accessible sidewalks year-round is a moral priority, not a nice-to-have amenity. Individuals who have difficulty performing or formally contracting for sidewalk snow removal have the low-cost Shovel Our Snow program option already, and we will promote that. We hope to interest the Council on Aging and BHS to team up on a free student shoveling service for seniors and others who are unable to shovel, modeled on the existing grocery shopping program. Last slide. People with and without disabilities shouldn't have to take to the streets or stay home because sidewalks are blocked. We need to confront the fact that our compliance windows do not make sense in our current climate. Removing snow sooner should save effort later, both for owners and for DPW staff who otherwise must respond to complaints and dig out blockages that have frozen in place. Making it clear that curb cuts are owners' responsibility should likewise save DPW time and greatly improve pedestrian safety because they're often called to clear curb cuts that aren't technically their responsibility. Raising fines, including for large frontages, is necessary to help the costs of non-compliance keep up with the cost of compliance and for impelling scofflaws to act. As with any set of rules, agencies use discretion in enforcing them. DPW will be free to address the worst locations. So that's it. Time for questions.
Oh, you're
Thank-
muted, Heather.
Thanks. So this is a public hearing. We will be taking public comment. Just want to see if any select board members have quick comments before we hear from members of the public. Miriam?
Thank you. First, I do want to say I support the Housing Authority overlay. Sorry, I was driving my kids someplace. For this particular warrant article, hi, Abby and Marissa. Can you, in a nutshell, tell me there is the original warrant article, you don't have to go through that, but then your amendments and then the AC amendments. And I just need to understand the difference between your amendments and the AC amendments, which it sounds like you don't support the AC amendments, but have made your own amendments, which you are putting forth. Is that correct?
That's correct. I mean, we were fine with a couple of the AC amendments that added discretion and 6 more hours to clean blocked curb cuts that have been blocked by repeated passes by the town plow. But we really feel that the 24 hours is just too long. It really ignores the New England weather climatological conditions. And we really feel that increasing initial fines by the rate of inflation and subsequent fines in a sort of clearly deterrent way is really necessary to get this done.
Mike?
Yeah, thanks, Heather. Abby and Marissa, the question I had was about the 100-foot block that if someone has more than 100 feet of frontage that's not shoveled, that they would pick up one fine per 100-foot block, or presumably part thereof. And I've been out sort of pacing off 100 feet in front of some houses. And I think that in North Brookline, there aren't very many single-family homes that have 100 feet of frontage, or more than 100 feet of frontage. But in South Brookline, I think that's probably not the circumstance. And so I'm a little bit concerned about that, and would be more comfortable if the block was 150 feet, 200 feet, something larger. Although I do understand the principle that if somebody has a long area and they haven't cleaned it up, that there should be some extra penalty for the fact that there's quite a lot to navigate. And I wonder what any comments on that? Is that something you'd be prepared to modify?
We would be amenable to modifying the exact length, but we think it's important that folks who do have a large impact on the walkability of their neighborhoods, and ostensibly due to their land-based wealth, could afford to do a better job, be impelled to do a better job. And just for some of the perennial scofflaws, the level of fines that we have on the books simply does not inspire.
Well, I would encourage you to stretch that just a bit, because I'm thinking about it. I mean, it's not just individuals who have wealth and a mansion with lots of space. There are apartment buildings, condos and apartment buildings that similarly are stretched out along the street, as opposed to going deeply back in the lot. And I can think of several in North Brookline. And if you're primarily thinking about single family houses, I can understand what you've done, but do think about it a bit more broadly.
We definitely also have North Brookline in mind. The philosophy there is that is a heavy pedestrian area, and there are many households over which to divide the cost and responsibility of that frontage. So they should not be treated differently, and we should not treat South Brookline residents who want to walk as second-class citizens.
No, I quite agree. It's just a question of being effectively harsher on people who live in North Brookline, not South Brookline, by having a 100-foot limit, or potentially harsher. It's just an impression, and the article doesn't rise or fall in my view based on that, but I did want to raise it.
Thank you, Mike. Bernard and then John.
Yeah, thank you. First of all, I'd like to just comment on land-based wealth. A lot of land-based wealth is not easily monetized, so I'm not sure that's relevant for this discussion. But my question is something that was raised by Stanley Spiegel regarding, I think he was referring to elderly households that, or households that don't have young, strong kids to do the shoveling, who hire snow clearance crews. And he talks about his crew being one that would have a very difficult time responding to a snowstorm within less than 24 hours, because they have so much work to do. Have you given that any consideration, or, I guess I'm just asking his question.
We're hoping to educate the public of the current resources that they can avail themselves of. Carrie Ann can speak to this in more detail later when I have to leave in 1 minute. But we did thoroughly consider the plight of folks who can't do it for themselves, and we're trying to strike a time frame that really should make it more possible to be effective in snow removal and not have a sort of ongoing problem. There are resources and there is DPW discretion.
John?
Thanks, Abby. Thanks, Marissa. A lot of work went into this, a lot of thought. And Marissa, especially thank you for inviting select board members to contact you ahead of time if we had questions. I did that a little bit belatedly this afternoon and let Marissa know I'm probably going to go along with the advisory committee's amendment on this. I hope I don't sound like a broken record because I said that about the that I was going to await the advisory committee's recommendation on the housing overlay. I just want to take the opportunity to say that I think this is one of those classic cases of we would like life to be uncomplicated, but it isn't. It's pretty complicated, and in the uncomplicated world, you know, the people, excuse me, who don't shovel their walks are bad people, and they deserve to be, you know, wrapped on the knuckles and fined and forced into compliance. In the complicated world that I live in, older people, I'm one of them, as soon as there's a severe storm, we start hearing advice sometimes from our kids. Don't you dare go out there and risk a heart attack. This is very heavy snow, you know. Don't you remember how last, you know, winter and this actually happened to me, you know, as soon as you had an opportunity to shovel, you went down to the end of the driveway and fell right on your keister and cracked an elbow and probably could have broken a bone. Thank God I didn't. So it's complicated. Every single property owner is an individual story. And some of us live next door to neighbors who are very kind, and I number myself among those people, who, without any prompting at all, volunteer because they've got, you know, snow removers, and they've got, you know, they're also younger, and they've got stronger backs and stronger knees and so on. And they'll often offer to do the walk, do the driveway. That's great. We want to encourage that, and I love to see that happen. It does happen quite a lot in Brookline. Neighborhood kids come around and have a chance to make a little bit of money. All of that happens without there necessarily being the motivator of you better do that or you're going to be fined if you don't. And it's that kind of behavior that I want to encourage as much as possible, while at the same time being realistic about what's enforceable, because I don't like putting people into the position of having to enforce laws that are unrealistic in their expectations. And we already know that the given level of fines, excuse me, and the given bylaw results in complaints being made way in excess of our ability to do enforcement. And I'm not sure how making the fines even more onerous without there being any clear path towards more enforcement power, more enforcement personnel, more resources dedicated to enforcement. I just don't see how that's going to necessarily get the end result we're trying to get here. But I do admire the research and the thought that's gone into this, and I do admire the aim, which is to maximize the amount of cleared sidewalk space in Brookline. So thank you.
So we really do need to get to public comment. Chaz has, by Abby, thank you so much for that presentation. Chaz has a comment, and then I will go straight to two members of the public who have raised their hands.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Sorry for the added additional comment here. Quick practical question. With regard to the advisory committee's amendment, I've heard a couple concerns raised regarding the 6-hour additional period for curbs following plowing. As a practical matter, I don't think the DPW has the capacity, the clock ability to individually determine on each given curb when they passed it by in order to start a 6-hour clock, or even whether or not the 6-hour clock has actually begun. Is there an alternative method you would propose there that doesn't rely on DPW to make that determination, which I think would open them up if they were trying to enforce it with a potential challenge on that front of how can you know it's 6 hours?
Anybody want to take that?
That's Marissa.
Yeah, I mean, so that's an amendment that the AC made that did not come from us. I think that there's already language in the in what we're proposing that makes it very clear that the DPW commissioner will have some discretion about applying fines. And I would think that would be enough for the commissioner to be able to say, like clearly, the plows have still been going out today, so it's probably within 6 hours, and to not issue a fine there. But I think we do really want to still include the curb cuts and the ramps in the compliance, catch it there, because those are really important. You can't get around with a stroller or wheelchair if those aren't being cleared. So I mean, I didn't think it was a necessary amendment that the AC made there. But
okay.
I would say as a practical matter on that front, then yeah, I think that's important, because adding, you could say it's all well and good for the commissioner to have discretion, but if the commissioner has unlimited discretion, then people who have the ability to fight it will fight it and say that it's arbitrary, that you just picked and choose who you wanted to fine. And that leads to people who have the means to fighting it getting off. So I think it's important for us to be clear in terms of what is discretionary and what is not on that front. So removing it, I don't know, in any way to make this more ministerial in terms of a clear-cut time frame, and then appealing to the commissioner's discretion for edge cases like, well, the plow came by 15 minutes ago, I'm so sorry, but it's been past this time. As opposed to having that built in already and then relying on the commissioner to make case-by-case determinations on that might be the better way to go.
So we're gonna go to public comment, and then I will give the petitioners an opportunity to respond to both what Chaz brought up, any of the comments that the select board brought up, and whatever may come up with these two public comments. So this is a public hearing, and I see Stanley Spiegel.
Stanley, you've been promoted. You can unmute yourself, and you'll have 3 minutes when you're ready.
Thank you very much, Stanley Spiegel. Before I actually begin with what I was intending to say, where is it written that it's the homeowner's obligation to deal with curb cuts? As a little background, I was the first person to propose a snow shoveling bylaw for sidewalks back in 1982 when I first became elected to town meeting. It was adopted when Marty Rosenthal joined with me in 1987 to get the first bylaw on our books. It may have been the first one in all of Massachusetts. It certainly was one of the first few. So I say that because my concern about having passable sidewalks motivated me then, as it does now. However, there was a lot of opposition concerned that the sidewalk belonged to the property owner. And we believe now we've reached a point where that's accepted. But do curb cuts belong to the property owner? Has that ever been adjudicated? Or it seems to me the curb cut is very much like the roadway that the town should be the ones to clear, not plug up, but clear. I put that question out because I wasn't anticipating making that point, but I wonder, that's a hefty task to saddle a homeowner with when you have 3 feet of icy snow plowed onto the curb cuts at intersections. As a homeowner, I would be very upset at learning that suddenly became my responsibility. But to get on to what I really was going to say, and I will, I appreciate very much John von Scoyak's comment, which very much is what I would like to say. But more specifically, I think it's not a good idea to ask people to do what's basically the impossible. I have, as I've gotten older, when I was younger, I used to use a snow blowing machine that I own and clear about 5 properties, my own and 4 adjacent ones, because it was a nice thing to do, and I did it. But I'm older now. I can't go out and work in icy weather, so I have to hire a crew, as do many other people. And the crew that we're hiring now is excellent. They do great work. They're reliable. They work hard. They do a fine job. They also do my driveway and my walkway, as most of these crews do. They don't just do sidewalks. That's not their business model. And their business model means that they need a lot of customers in order to pay their crew and keep them on call, because the snowstorms are not, you can't predict them. They may go a month without any, and they may have 3 in a row in a couple of weeks. So they need to have a customer base, and that means that they can't get to everybody, maybe not even within 12 hours, certainly not
30
within 6.
seconds, Stanley, if you would try to
Well,
wrap.
I'll wrap it up then very quickly. You can't ask people to do the impossible. I don't believe people can get crews to do the job within 24 hours, or at least with anything less than 24 hours. I think the advisory committee has it right. I think people mainly want to do the right thing, and they will do the right thing. But you cannot enforce unrealistic expectations on people such as myself and others who need to rely on others to do the work for them because they can no longer physically do it themselves. So I would ask you to consider the advisory committee as a recommendation for the select board. Thank you very much for your time.
All right, the next person in line to speak is David Trevette. I'm promoting David now. David, you are now a panelist. You may unmute, and your 3 minutes will begin when you're ready.
Thank you very much. Good evening, all. David Trevette, town meeting member from Precinct 2, chair of the Pedestrian Advisory Committee, which supported warrant article 9, recommended to the Transportation Board that they support it, which they did. I'm throwing out most of my prepared remarks for the simple reason that based on the conversation so far. In other hearings, there had been a lot of misunderstandings, most notably failure to appreciate what is already in the existing bylaw. So people were complaining about things as if the petitioners were proposing them, not realizing that those things had been voted by town meeting overwhelmingly back in 2015. I totally agree with Chair Hamilton's comment that the devil is in the details, basically, and with John von Scoyak saying that it's complicated. It is. This is tough. Bylaws and budgets can be relatively blunt instruments. They're not well tuned to the complexities of everyday life and situations like this. But sometimes they are the best vehicles we have for expressing the values of the town. And values are what lie at the heart of this particular warrant article. Do we want our sidewalks to be safe and accessible and passable for all members of the community? That's the foundational question here. And what signal are we sending to people about how serious we are? In my mind, higher fines help send that signal that yes, we are serious. I will go on cover a couple of things that, as already mentioned, this is a little redundant, but the existing warrant article specifically says that sidewalks should be, quote, maintained in a non-slippery condition suitable for pedestrian travel. That responsibility lasts for days, even weeks or months after a storm. And so even if 1/4 of the 1/4 of Brookline streets where a DPW does clear the sidewalks, property owners are not, as was suggested by one advisory committee member, somehow exempt from snow removal responsibility because of that DPW action, because this responsibility goes on for weeks and months. We have freeze thaw. I myself had a hard fall January 2021. Suddenly I was on my back.
David? 30 seconds.
What? Oh, so the petitioner's article tries to say that, you know, maintaining the non-slippery condition is really critical. And they tried to clarify a lot of language that was, both the AUC and the petitioners have tried to clarify some of the unclear language that was in the original warrant article. I'm not going to go over all those details. I think, again, my point here is that the signals that we send to the town is that we're serious about that. That is worth studying and supporting. We totally understand that DPW, because of lack of resources, has to do discussion and to correct what I think is a misunderstanding of Town Administrator Carey. What the AC did is say you have a given time period in which
I'm sorry,
you're supposed
David,
to
your time
clear.
has
Let's
expired.
add 6 hours to that. It's not 6 hours after some arbitrary point where the snow is put on the curb. That's all. Thank you.
The next person in line to speak is Bonnie Bastian. I'm going to promote Bonnie now. Bonnie, you've been promoted to a panelist. You can unmute and your 3 minutes will begin when you're ready.
Hi, everybody. Bonnie Bastian, town meeting member in Precinct 5. Thank you for allowing me to speak really briefly. I want to first acknowledge that there are equity issues on both sides of this. But I am falling on the side of those who are just trying to go about their day in a wheelchair or on crutches, or who are unsteady on their feet, or are pushing a baby stroller. To be trapped in your house at the mercy of whether or not your neighbors have been out to shovel properly is not okay. This proposal also, if I am not mistaken, has, it's not just 12 hours, it's 12 hours of daylight. Is that correct? No, that was different. No, yes and no. Okay, well, I will scratch that. But, you know, it's also triggered by residents reporting it. So it's not as if there's a cruiser going around and with a stop clock picking off people who haven't been out to shovel yet. So I know there will be people that will be fined and unhappy about it and do have equity issues, but what do you do if you are a disabled person? Do you just not leave your house on a particularly snowy month? How do you live your life? How do you go, you know, how do you maintain your mental health? Even being trapped in your house is unbelievably distressing. We all know this from COVID. And so I hope that you all will find your way to be supportive of this. Thank you.
Anyone else?
I don't think we have any other. We have 30 attendees on the call and nobody has used the Q&A or hand raise feature to indicate that they would like to speak.
Okay. Miriam has her hand up. I did promise the petitioners that they would be able to respond to things that they have heard during this public hearing. Miriam?
I'll be very quick. I'll just say, I've lived in a single family house for almost 10 years. I have relied exclusively on my landscaper to come clear my snow. This is my N of 1. I'm telling you, my N of 1. In 10 years, I've never once not had them come within a 12-hour period. And I have to say, I appreciate that the petitioners listened, because when I first heard this warrant article, I was worried 6 hours, whatever it was not enough. But 12 hours again, and I've had to be cleared out to go to work. When I worked in the ER, they always within 12 hours came. So I think that's a reasonable amount of time. I just have to say that. My N of 1.
Okay, petitioners, if there's anything that you would like to say, I would like to hear from our DPW directors. So Charlie, if you can promote Aaron, but Marissa or Carrie Ann, if you have anything that you want to say, let me know.
Yeah, I will. I took a couple of notes. I will just say first to Mike Sandman that I will try to get a better estimate of typical frontages. I looked through the assessor's database and I don't think I saw frontage listed there, but I did some estimates of like assuming every lot size in Brookline is a square and looking at the frontage distribution. But anyways, 100 foot might not be the right number, and we are definitely open to changing that. So we'll try and find out what the right number would be there, and I'll reach out to you individually. To the idea that that we shouldn't be using fines to encourage compliance. I think we have been trying to respond to the concerns that folks have, and that's why we lowered the our initial suggestion that we raise the first fine that a property owner would receive. Very few people receive more than one fine in a year, and well, in fact, very few people receive fines at all. But we're just tying that slight increase to inflation there. I just want to really drive home the point that we keep hearing impossible or unrealistic. In Boston, the number is 3 hours for all properties, and in Cambridge, the number is 12 hours or till noon the next day, which is until 1 p.m. the next day. We're proposing noon. So almost exactly the same as what we're proposing. I really wonder why it wouldn't work for Brookline, what works in those other communities there. And I just, we've been really trying to identify other solutions for folks who maybe can't shovel themselves and or can't afford to hire somebody. And I'm very aware of the equity issues on both sides that Bonnie mentioned. And I think that this is really something that we need to do to make sure that we need to tighten the window. I think it's really important to get that 12 hours for the snow, the freeze melt cycle, and also to be able to catch an extra commute cycle. Like our driver here is to think about the person who's trying to go pick their kid up from preschool, pushing the stroller, or the person in the wheelchair who's trying to get to work. Those people have to live their lives too. It's not just the homeowners who have to rush home to shovel, and we're really trying to achieve that right balance here. And we heard from the community that what we had initially proposed wasn't right, and so we think this is the 12 hours is the longest you can go while still achieving the right balance. So, sorry, one more point on enforcement. I just looked at this today. I was looking at the number of complaints that we've received through Brook Online. That's the snow removal complaints. On average, we receive about 450 complaints a year. 2015 was a really big outlier, of course, because we saw record snowfall. The complaint numbers have been increasing over time to Brook Online, not just for snow removal, but all types of complaints have been increasing over time to Brook Online. I think people are using it more, which is great. But if you look at prior to 2015, 2016, the average was slightly lower. The yearly average was slightly lower than after 2015, 2016. But the reason why it's important to look at before and after those two time periods is that we changed our existing snow removal bylaw in 2016, and we saw complaints increase a little bit, but I think that it has the level that the complaints increase is consistent with the increased usage of Brook Online. And so we changed the bylaw, but we didn't see like a doubling of complaints or anything. It wasn't even that much. It was about 25% increase. So I don't think that we have data to suggest that changing our bylaw in the way that we're proposing is going to double the number of complaints that DPW will receive and will have to respond to. I mean, we don't know, but at least the data don't give me pause to say that it's going to make DPW and the other departments really struggle for enforcement going on. So that's all from me.
Well, speaking of enforcement, I would love to hear from our DPW Commissioner, Erin Galantine, about what her thoughts are about this particular problem.
So, good evening. I think that enforcement is certainly, enforcement is certainly a key, and I think something that we're currently struggling with. I agree with Marissa that I don't know that this will increase the number of complaints. I think one thing that's happening right now is that complaints are coming in through Brook Online from residents that don't know the particulars of the snow removal bylaw, and so they know some areas are free and clear after 3 hours, and then they see others maybe 12 hours later, 14 hours later. They phone or send that in via Brook Online, and they're actually compliant because it isn't, it's within the 30-hour window. And so we do certainly see that. In terms of our complaints, Public Works dispatches those. So complaints come in through Brook Online, through phone calls, and then we dispatch those to our partner departments. The town is split into 4 quadrants. So we have the building department, health department, police, and Public Works all have a portion of the town. We dispatch those, and then citation, they're inspected and citations issued accordingly. I think what I will just say is that in particular, the last 2 years with COVID and staff shortages, enforcement has been incredibly difficult just to get the staff out there that are otherwise responsible for other tasks as part of their regular job. So enforcement continues to be a real challenge for us in Public Works.
Thank you, Erin. So many warrant articles this fall make me think of the chicken and egg. Like what is the actual problem that we're trying to solve, and is this the right solution for that problem? And I think all of us agree that we would love to have our sidewalks cleared within 3 hours. I remain a little concerned about, let's say that we go through with, lowering it to 12 hours. I'm concerned that we just don't have the capacity to enforce. And that to me is the real underlying problem. So I think town meeting spoke pretty clearly last spring about the sidewalks. And I certainly understand where this warrant article is coming from, but I think that we need to address it in our upcoming budget to make sure that we have the proper staffing for enforcement before we try to take on more. Any other comments from select board members? John.
Sorry, it took me too long to do that. Perhaps I'm enjoying this discussion too much because it does get at, the sincere efforts of a lot of us to solve a problem that isn't easily solved. I just want to, on that note, just observe that Marissa's comment about Boston prompted me to, because I thought, wow, 3 hours, that's tough. But what Boston does is it has a 3-hour requirement. And then if you sort of read their advice as to what to do about the 3 hours, they say, well, the rule is 3 hours. We try to be reasonable for deciding when we start the clock. So that's one concession they make to the complications of this. And then they tell people, don't push or stress yourself when you shovel. You could make an underlying illness worse. So there they go, recognizing that people sometimes, shouldn't be pushed too hard to do something that is not good for their health. And then my favorite part was they then have a section on what to do if you get a ticket. And it says, just call us up and tell us why you couldn't remove the snow. So, it's not easy for any of us, including Boston, to put hard and fast rules in place and then enforce them. And I think that's what we're all struggling with in this discussion tonight.
And just a reminder that we aren't going to be voting this evening, but I want to thank the petitioners for presenting the information and trying to work with the advisory committee and incorporating feedback. Because I think we all want to get to a better place. Okay, we must move on. I think we have 2 more warrant articles to hear tonight. Thank you so much for coming. So the next one is warrant article
Promoting-
13.
That's right. I'm promoting Susie now.
Great, thank you. And this is to amend the town zoning bylaw to require design review after the expiration of a stay of demolition.
Hi, everyone. Charles, could you please, or Charlie, could you please promote Elton Elperin and Dennis DeWitt, my co-petitioners? I'm not sure if Dennis is here. I know Elton is.
It looks like both of them are. I'm promoting them now.
Thank you. So I'll get started. Thank you, everyone. My name is Susie Roberts. I'm a town meeting member from precinct 17, and I'm co-petitioner of this warrant article 13. Warrant article 13 attempts to address the replacement structures that will be built following demolition in Brookline. That's what we are trying to deal with. And essentially, we want design review to apply to those structures that have been found significant by the Preservation Commission and that are not otherwise subject to design review under any of the existing triggers for design review that are in our current zoning bylaw, which would be 5.09.2. And there are many triggers for design review that we already have in our bylaw. And I'll just go back to say that also exempt from warrant article 13 are 2 zoning districts, and that would be, and those would be S25 and S40 zoning districts. Those are exempt, so that if a structure in those 2 larger parceled properties are found to be significant, then they do not have to have design review if it is not otherwise required by our bylaw already. So just to give you an idea of the design review requirements in our bylaw already, we have any structure of 4 or more units is subject to design review, as is any structure that fronts or is within 100 feet of our major streets in Brookline, which would include Beacon Street, of course, Washington Street, Harvard Street, Boylston Street, Brookline Avenue, and Commonwealth Avenue. I may be forgetting one, but I hope not. So there's that requirement. Buildings that are slated for demolition in the Coolidge Corner Overlay District also are already subject to design review. So what our warrant article is intending to do is essentially to cover those significant structures that might fall through the cracks. In other words, they're not going to be applicable to any of these other types of examples that I've given you. And the examples, by the way, that I've given you are just a handful. There are several others that are actually from A through N lists requirements of design review. In other words, design review triggers. So there are many. I've just listed some of them for you. But our warrant article is to ensure that significant structures are subject to the replacement, rather, of significant structures are subject to design review by the planning board or by the Preservation Commission. So in other words, a developer or homeowner who is proposing, by the way, a full demolition, because our warrant article only applies to full demolitions, must show either the Preservation Commission, and if the developer or homeowner chooses not to go through the Preservation Commission, then through the design review process through a special permit that first would go through the planning board and then the ZBA. They would have to show what is going to replace that demolished structure. I think we can all agree that there is a lot, that there has been a significant increase in the number of demolitions that have been seen in Brookline, and that the replacements, many of the replacements have not been subject to design review, and we are ending up with structures that are offensive to neighbors in the area, that are offensive to other residents in Brookline. When there's an ensemble of houses, for example, and one of those houses is going to be demolished and replaced with something that is totally outsized and out of place and not in accordance with the streetscape or character of the neighborhood. This is what we're finding and what we're trying to address. We're trying to address design and what it looks like, and for our design standards that are also in the bylaw at 5.094, there's a whole set of standards that must be followed by the planning board and by the ZBA regarding what design review should consist of. And just to give you an example of those standards, which are very good, include tree protection, include open space, include massing, size, and character of the neighborhood. They include what the effect is on the microclimate. They include the energy efficiency of the unit and so forth. They're excellent standards. And in fact, the standards allow and state that the ZBA, as the special permit granting authority in this design review situation, has the authority to require the developer or the homeowner to reduce the size, reduce the mass of the building to be in accordance with the neighbors. And so what we're finding are that there are more and more structures that are falling through the cracks. They, of course, because I told you that there is already a design review requirement for 4 units and above. So these are tending to be either single families becoming 2 families, 2 families becoming 3 families, or 2 families becoming 2 families. And they, as what we've been finding, are not affordable units replacing middle class housing for young professionals, for graduate students, for families. Those people have to leave, and those units are being replaced with these luxury $3 million and above types of housing. This is not what is happening now, is not contributing to affordable housing. Our warrant article isn't going to have an effect on affordable housing because there is no delay that would be required as a result of having to go through design review. It is the current practice that if demolition delay is imposed, that the developer can use the delay period to go through design review at that time if the developer or homeowner would like to do that. So there's no delay, and this really has no effect to either promote or change anything regarding affordable housing, other than, as I just mentioned, that we're losing this middle class type of housing in favor of the luxury units that are being built now with underground parking and elevators and so forth. And this is what's happening, including, I can attest, two houses in a 5-house ensemble on Green Street where I live. And it is very plain to see as well in other areas of North Brookline. I'm turning over to my co-petitioner, Elton Elbrand, who's on the Preservation Commission and formerly the chair of that commission, to show you some photos, and we'll let him take it from here.
Well, so you've already exhausted the 7 minutes. So if you can please go through this quickly, because we are an hour behind.
Right, we've been patient.
Oh my God.
Elton
Oh,
is
Elton's
muted.
muted, yeah. Sorry.
Sorry, I'm sorry. Okay, I will try to go through this quickly. I start with an example of one of the cases that set this process off. The top photos of the previous house, the existing house. It sat on a large lot. It was already a two-family. There was ample space on the lot to add to this house if more living space were required. Instead, it was demolished and without design review, because it's outside, for example, the Coolidge Corner Overlay District. Without design review, what you see on the bottom got built. It may appear to be something like could be four townhouses, right? But it's not. It's actually a two-family house. So a two-family house got replaced by a two-family house, which has no resemblance to anything in the neighborhood, and is, would say, universally disliked. You wonder what this glass box is on the left side. That is a stair tower. You know, this sort of stair tower you might see for an institutional building. And this is in a residential neighborhood, Aspinwall Street, of houses like the one in the background. Here's an example of what we think is a fairly good job, in which the existing house on Green Street, seen on the upper left, was saved. You see it on the bottom, saved after development, and a large portion of building was added to the rear of this house. So the streetscape didn't change much, and yet a lot of living space was added. Another kind of atrocious example, this house, Columbia Street, there's a proposal for its replacement. Another good example, this street, Sewell, this was done through a design review process. A lot of building was added to the back of this existing historic house. As I say here in the text, 7 units, a garage for 10 cars, all pretty well fit into this tight site. Something which is being developed right now on Stearns Road, these two houses, the one on the left, an historic house we found significant, the one on the right we found not to be significant. They're both torn down. What we're getting now, 4 units. So we're going from 4 units to 4 units. Each unit in this new building will sell for millions of dollars. Here's another example of living with the existing house, Winchester Street, 99 Winchester. Again, through a design review process, a large volume of additional housing was added to the back of the house. I believe it was moved forward on the lot to achieve that. Recent example, house sold for $2 million, torn down on Vernon Street. What we've got now is this. We don't think it fits terribly well in the neighborhood. It goes from a 2-unit to a 2-unit, each unit now selling for over $3 million. A good example, this went through a design review with both the planning board, jointly planning board and preservation commission at the same time, in addition to a house on Griggs Road, sorry, which we think is pretty successful in fitting the streetscape, working with the existing house, and yet it's a relatively modern addition. Another modern building going up on Stearns Road, which we think is a fairly decent example, to show that this is not against modern architecture. Partly this is because it's next to this brick apartment building and is being built with brick cladding, but you know, it's a relatively good design, we think.
So I think we've gotten the picture. Can we get to questions?
Yeah, that would be fine. This is the last slide anyway, and a couple more examples of modern infill building that work pretty well, partly because of their context.
Great, thank you for stopping to share. Any questions by select board members? This is a public hearing. We will be taking public comment. If there are no questions, oh, Miriam?
I mean, I'm just confused as to why we get a say in this. I mean, at some point, I don't know, where does God, and I can't believe I'm actually saying these words, but it seems like a little bit of overreach. You know, somebody's bought the property, they got their demolition done. I don't think I may not like it, but that doesn't mean I have a right to stop them from doing it. So I guess that's what I struggle with here. It's very Big Brotherish to me. It seems to me like it continues to reinforce redlining in ways I'm not comfortable with. And so I'm not convinced. I'd love to hear from my other select board members of what they're thinking.
Mike?
Yeah, I do think I've seen some, I think we've all seen some examples that are pretty, really stick out like sore thumbs. And then we've seen things like on the street that I live in, number 70 Sewell Avenue, which I think is a model of the kind of thing that that Elton is showing. I also have a concern about, well, how long does the process take? Because you have a demolition delay and then you have a design review on top of that. What you do ultimately is discourage any development that isn't going to return a large profit or a large margin before interest expenses, because it takes so long that the landowner has to maximize, the developer who owns the land has to maximize the return that they have. If you make it easier for people to build, for more people to build and to build in a shorter time, you may actually find that you have more construction of the sort that you're looking for, at least in terms of the target market of the, not at the $2 million level, but at the only, $1 million level for condos, something that is, at least semi-affordable to somebody with a family income that isn't stratospheric.
And I have a comment, but I just want to see if John or Bernard have comments. I'll just say, oh, John, did you have a comment?
Yes, thank you. I think to address Miriam's question, I'll just address it from one person's perspective who has been through this for, oh my goodness, a long time. The neighborhood that I happen to live in is a historic district, and we have more than one around town. And historic districts came about because of something that was happening to neighborhoods that's kind of like what's happening today, that was illustrated in the slides that Elton presented, but it was also different. And it was different in the sense that what was going on was that houses that were in the range of 2,500 square feet to 3,200 square feet, 3,500 square feet, were being bought up and replaced with what they call McMansions at the time. And a McMansion basically was within the allowable limits of the zoning, an expansion to like 5,000 square feet of house. So just like these, I call them generic condo boxes that are taking over neighborhoods, it didn't improve the affordability of Brookline. It, in fact, was damaging to affordability because it replaced, modest or at least modest to slightly large houses with great big houses that were more expensive. It destroyed what was a historic flavor to whole neighborhoods, to the extent that, house after house began to be replaced with so-called McMansions. And I think it was a good thing. Homeowners had to sacrifice and say, we'll accept, that we're not going to cash in because we can, because some developer wants to scoop up our house and build a McMansion where our house was. So good things can result from this kind of of overreach. And you know, it is, it's reaching into areas that none of us is really all that comfortable reaching into, but it's for a good purpose. And I think this proposal is reasonable.
So I keep going back to what is the problem that we're trying to solve? So I found myself a little perplexed with the presentation because I wasn't quite sure what the problem was. And so I wasn't quite sure what the remedy had to do with what the problem is. And I just kept hearing, this is what we want, and this is not what we want. And I kind of disagree with being lumped in with the we of like what some people might find attractive and what other people may not find attractive. So if you can just try to address my questions, Miriam's questions, I would, and then we'll slide into public comment. Susie and then Dennis.
Sure. Again, there are many instances in which design review already occurs, and our warrant article is targeted to those instances that are falling through the cracks in some neighborhoods that aren't otherwise already covered by the design review process. In terms of, you know, is this architecture good or is that architecture bad, and who gets to decide? That goes on every day of the year practically in either the planning board or preservation commission. People, you know, in this town are making decisions about what our structures, what our housing should look like. And there's nothing wrong with it. It's what zoning is supposed to do. It's why we have zoning. And so we're not asking for anything new. We're not asking for people to, you know, for my judgment or anyone else's judgment. We have picked, you know, those on the Preservation Commission, we've picked those on the Planning Board and those on the ZBA, and they're the ones who will make decisions about what things should look like. So it's not us that are making these decisions. There's already so much of a basis in the town for doing what we're asking to do. We're just trying to make sure that structures are not falling through the cracks and not getting reviewed that should be reviewed in other parts of town where, you know, again, it's there, the overlay district doesn't cover it, or it's a 3-unit instead of 4 units, or whatever that, you know, those triggers are. There are, you know, a number of houses or structures that are falling through the cracks that we believe should be subject to the design review process, just like everyone else. In terms of Mike's issue about, you know, delay and so forth, and, you know, is this going to delay and it's going to make things more expensive? In fact, you know, there doesn't have to be any delay. As I mentioned, the day after you get your, you know, finding of significance and the demolition delay period begins, you can go into the planning process if you want. And so you use the period of time, whether it's right now, it's a year, and of course, warrant article 11 is, you know, asking for that to be expanded, but let's assume it's a year or whatever it is. You can use that time to do your design review. So it's not delay, it doesn't add anything. And so, you know, there are many developers, I think, who are out there who are already in the business of taking these houses and making, you know, luxury units. And it's a real problem getting rid of those middle-class people that Bernard has mentioned several times tonight. And that's what we're finding. And we're trying to, at least if that does happen, to have somebody take a look at what this is going to look like for the neighborhood after the demolition.
Dennis and then Elton.
Dennis, you're muted.
Yeah, Dennis, you'll have to unmute.
I'm rarely accused of being mute. It's important to bear in mind the kinds of things that Elton was showing you in his slides. Most of the examples that seem problematic were 2 families. as has been recognized by the planning board and a lot of the people who've reviewed this, our two-family zones tend to be over zoned in terms of FAR. And as a result, it makes it very profitable for a developer to come in and knock down a two-family, which is priced for the middle of the market, and build these huge McMansion condos that Elton was showing you examples of. And so that's why most of the bad examples, if I can use the word bad, were two families. The better examples that you saw that were multifamily, 4-family and above, that Elton showed toward the end, we're subject to design review by the planning board because this section that's already in place in the zoning bylaw mandates zoning for anything that's 4 units and over, just as it mandates for anything in the very expansive Coolidge Corner Overlay District. So as Susie has said, basically what this does is it only takes effect when there is a site which is outside the Coolidge Corner Overlay District. This design review process is happening now regularly, and this is a relatively small extension of what the planning board already does. And the planning board, frankly, has enthusiastically endorsed this warrant article for that reason.
Dennis, thank you for answering at least one of my questions. Elton?
Yeah, I'd like to add another perspective because I've worked on dozens of design review subcommittees, and it's largely about the neighbors. I mean, this is the place where the neighbors have a chance to express what they want to see, and they get the service of the design professionals from the Preservation Commission or the Planning Board, working with them in partnership, really, and believe it or not, in partnership with the developer, who's usually got an architect that everyone that we can talk to, and we facilitate the dialogue between the neighborhood and the architect and the developer. And the result is buildings which generally fit better, like the 2 buildings they're just finishing up now on Babcock Street. I mean, we literally walk the site with the neighbors. We talk about the design. We all look at it together, the pros and cons, where the driveway should be. I mean, it doesn't go on for months. It goes on for usually few to several meetings, but it's beneficial, is my experience.
I still go back to my previous comment, which is what is the problem that we are trying to solve? And so, understanding that a lot of the examples that you highlighted are 2-family because the FAR is favorable. That makes sense to me, and that makes me wonder, okay, well, isn't the problem with the FAR and not so much this? I could be wrong. Dennis, hold on.
Yeah.
I'll just end there because Miriam has her hand up, and then we'll do another round before we go to public comment. Yes.
Yeah, oh, thank you. So I guess I appreciate you all, your responses. I'm listening. I think the issue really here is that I fundamentally disagree in the sense that I would like to see less of the design review process, not more of it. And I feel like it inherently is a system that favors people who are already here. So I'm going to come back to my redlining comment, which is, Brookline is the home of redlining. And when we have systems and structures in place, it is. Bernard, I encourage you to read The Color of Law by Richard Rothstein. The first racial covenant in this country.
Let's not interrupt each other.
The first racial covenant in this country was here in Brookline, and I think it's a really important historical thing we have to take into account. But the point for me is systems and structures like these favor people who are already here, and that makes me uncomfortable because it keeps other people out. And so in the end, I don't want more design review. I want less. And so it's going to be very hard for me to support this, but I appreciate what you said. I appreciate where you're coming from. I just think we have a fundamental disagreement on the basic premise, which happens. So.
Any comments before we go to public comment? Mike, do you want to make it real quick?
I think the comments that Susie makes about the fact that a developer can, be working on a design and get it approved before the demolition permit expires is a good one. An apt one. I do think, however, that an outside developer wants to come into Brookline, looks at this mass of stuff that we have, and I'm pretty sure that some of them are deterred from even trying because it looks unnavigable. But I do appreciate the point. It's a good one. The comment that the planning board supports this extension of their responsibility. Well, I can't say that that's a surprise. I've never met a government agency or a board or anything else that wasn't happy to have its authority extended. Although I have a very high regard for the planning board, and so I take that endorsement from them seriously.
Dennis, did you want to say something before we hear from members of the public?
Very, very briefly, a lot of people have looked at this and thought, why can't we down zone to some extent the two-family areas? And the problem is that, as you know, Brookline is a mixture of different building types, and it's hard to down zone in the two-family areas without making some of the buildings, or perhaps a significant number of them, non-conforming. And there is a peculiar set of case laws that relate specifically to two-family houses that perversely say that if you have a non-conforming factor in the house, that non-conforming factor actually can be increased if you're already non-conforming. It makes no sense whatsoever, but it's built in the law. And so that's the reason why the very logical idea of down zoning can't be done.
Let's hear from members of the public.
There are two people signed up for public comment this time. The first one is Sean Lynn Jones. I'm promoting Sean now. Sean, you've been promoted to a panelist. You may unmute, and your 3 minutes to comment will begin when you're ready.
Well, thank you very much. I'm Sean Lynn Jones, a town meeting member from Precinct 1, and I'll try not to make a long speech. I'll try to keep this very brief. And I do support Article 13. I hope the Select Board recommends it, and I hope town meeting votes for it. And I think the pictures, the before and after images shown by Elton, make it clear that it makes a difference if you do have design review. And it's also the case that when you look at the neuroscience, it's just mentally jarring to have buildings that are totally out of character, different materials, and people, even if they're not architecture critics, get that sense of what fits and what doesn't. And I want to add on the FAR point, which is very real and very complicated, as Dennis said, and is something that we might want to look at. The before and after pictures are holding the FAR constraints in the zoning constant. They show how even with our FAR as it is, that encourages this oversized building, you can do better design review and get something that fits in and accommodates that extra space. I'll also say that it always seems like I'm following this article around, because when it comes before a board, committee, or commission, I'm often the co-petitioner on another article, and that's happened again tonight. But I've seen this go through the process a lot, and I want to emphasize that the zoning bylaw committee, the planning board, and the preservation commission in a preliminary vote all have supported this either unanimously or almost unanimously. And when it comes to design review and zoning, they know what they're talking about. And when it comes to warrant articles, they're often a tough crowd, especially when something is really intruding into their purview. I don't think it's true that the planning board has any interest in making more work for itself. It's a very hard working group of volunteers. And I don't think they're going out to expand their responsibilities because they have so much to do already. But they think this is a good idea. And especially at the zoning bylaw committee, there is a very vigorous debate. And I think that's something we should take seriously, that these boards and commissions are almost wholeheartedly behind Article 13. And I also commend the petitioners for all the back and forth work they've done with Town Council's office, especially Associate Town Council Jonathan Simpson, to make this much more legally watertight and less vulnerable to challenge and workable. I've seen, it seems like hours of that kind of discussion early in the process at the advisory committee, and this has really come a long way, and that's a credit to the petitioners. One other thing about this, it doesn't require the select board to appoint a new committee or to serve on a new committee. And that's yet another reason why I think you should favor it. So for all those reasons, I hope that you do recommend favorable action. And thank you for your time tonight.
The next person in line to speak in public comment is Elisa Lasagna. I'm promoting Elisa now. There's one other person after Elisa.
Hi,
Elisa, you have
Elisa.
3 minutes.
Hello, Elisa Plazanja, Naples Road. I would like to voice my support for this warrant article. I live in North Brookline, and we have been under siege by developers who have come in to buy seemingly perfectly nice houses, as Elton showed in his slideshow, and tear them down to max out for they're not building affordable housing, they're building luxury housing. So when select person Ashkenazi said that this tried to equate this to redlining, these are anonymous developers who are not going to live in our community, who are coming in and are completely destroying the character of neighborhoods solely for their own profit. So I think the design review process works. We have a situation on Naples Road that does fall into the Coolidge Corner Overlay Design District, and the initial proposal from the developer to tear down a very nice Victorian that was found to be historically significant. So there's a demolition delay. It's on an oversized lot, and what they were proposing to build was, I mean, it was laughable that the entire planning board just, called them out for their egregious greed to build to the property line a structure that was so enormous and so out of character with the neighborhood that it was rejected, and they were asked to go back to the drawing board, if you will. And had we not had that design review process, right now they would be tearing down, as soon as the demolition delay expires, tearing down that structure and building something that, once you tear down these historically, these gorgeous homes that give Brookline its character, you don't get them back. So I would really encourage the select board to think about, I appreciate your point about what is the problem that you're trying to solve. And it is the fact that the FAR that's allowed in some cases is out of character with the way that the neighborhood was originally developed. But then how do you address that in a way that we can still build housing and support development, but have it not completely destroy what is surrounding us? This is not about stopping affordable housing, because what's being built here through these projects is not affordable housing. There are units going for $3 million, $4 million over on Stedman, one of them. So this is not redlining. It's very much the opposite. Thank you.
The last person currently signed up to for public comment is Bonnie Bastion. Bonnie's being promoted now. I don't have anyone else with a hand raised or in Q&A. Bonnie, you've been promoted. You may speak. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you, Bonnie Bastion, town meeting member, precinct 5. Thank you for letting me speak one more time. So I don't understand what would stop this from also happening to affordable housing architecture. Because my subjective opinion of what those buildings look like is very much influenced by the very wealthy, or the fact that they're being sold for $3 million. Nobody needs that. I have zero love for that. But what if those buildings were affordable housing? What then? There are plenty of buildings that are not feasible to renovate. So it's really hard for me to imagine that somebody's aesthetics wouldn't be offended if that same building were affordable. And this, combined with warrant article 11 and 12, puts up so many barriers. for what we need in Brookline. And I see a bunch of your hands going up. So I'm very curious to hear your reaction to that.
Any other members of the public before I allow the petitioners to respond?
We have 23 attendees. Diana Spiegel just raised a hand. I'm promoting
Okay.
Diana now. Hasn't accepted the offer for the promotion yet. There we go. Diana Spiegel, you've been promoted to a panelist. You may unmute and you have 3 minutes. Oh, you were unmuted, now you're muted.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Yeah.
I wanted to respond to Bonnie's comments and by mentioning 40B development that has just gone up or is not quite finished around the corner from me on Babcock Street. And when it was first proposed, it looked like an ocean liner, and everyone in who was taking a look at the designs, residents and town officials, thought it was going to look awful. But there was design review. It's a building with significant number of affordable units, and it looks slightly larger than many of the other buildings in the neighborhood, but they've done a magnificent job of echoing the character of the multifamily buildings in North Brookline. So I really don't see it as a problem with affordable housing. Just wanted to respond to you. Thank you.
Any other members of the public? I will close the public hearing. Susie and Elton, you can decide amongst yourselves who wants to go first.
Elton, take a shot.
Okay, I wanted to respond to Bonnie because I think there's a mistake. This is about design. This is not about affordable or non-affordable. I think affordable housing deserves good design. In fact, it needs good design. If we were trying to build less expensive housing in Brookline in the effort to be affordable, and I would hope that that could take place, inexpensive housing, almost more than any other housing, needs good design to make it work and not cost too much. And all over the country, you can look up plenty of examples of really well-designed affordable housing in cities where they're doing massive amounts of affordable housing. It makes a huge difference to the people who live there and the people who live around it. There's no contradiction between affordable and good design.
Susie, do you want to say anything?
I think that and Elton has said it beautifully. The only thing that I would say, Bonnie, is that, any structure that's 4 units or more, and that's typically what affordable housing is, that already is going to get a design review trigger. So it's already happening for 4 units and more. So I just wanted to make that point if that matters to you. Thank you.
What does good design mean? Because
So Bonnie, this is not a back and forth. I will say that my own experience, I can't help but take some issue with some of the word choice and I guess the focus on certain things. So, for example, the topic of affordable housing comes up, and I hear that it's not a problem, but how do I know that what was requested of the neighborhood didn't up the cost to the developer and then make it a little less affordable, like took away 1 unit? I could see a scenario where that happened. So it's all well and good to say that this isn't about affordable housing, but there's a very real reason why we have 40B in this state. And it's because when we didn't have it, design review or whatever you want to call it, didn't allow these projects to really go forward in an expeditious way. So I'm gonna have a hard time supporting this warrant article. Susie?
I was just gonna say, I mean, 40B obviously has nothing to do with this, and any project that is brought into Brookline under 40B has its own process and its own design review. So it would not be subject to our warrant article at all.
That was not really my point. Elton?
Oh, I'm sorry, I meant to take my hand down.
Okay. Dennis?
I guess the only thing that I would say, I've tracked very closely a lot of 40Bs, and they all wind up with very intense design review, and they get built. So I have to concur with Diana's comment that there isn't any sort of conflict between good design and affordable housing. And I will give you another example of a great design in Brookline, which is undergoing some transformation now, and that's Hancock Village, which was a terrific piece of affordable housing and a terrific piece of design. The two are absolutely, totally compatible.
Yeah, but as I said, the devil is in the details, and finding out what was originally proposed and how many units and at what price point those were versus what they then changed to, like, it's really hard for me to accept those comments without seeing that data. Mike Salmon?
Yeah, I'm sorry. I really hate to prolong this, but I think we're all missing something, which is the real problem here is the zoning ordinance, which is a mess. As I think you all know, we're headed at a snail's pace, unfortunately, because we have to go through a comprehensive plan and some other things to rewrite the zoning ordinance. And what I hope is that those of you who are talking about this bylaw as a way to ensure good design and so forth will get behind form-based design or form-based zoning when the opportunity comes, as opposed to sticking with FAR and some of the things that make it just a labyrinth to get anything done in Brookline.
So we do need to move on. We really appreciate you taking the time. I know that you had to wait a long time, but we do appreciate your time and your presentation.
Thank you.
Thank you for the opportunity.
Thanks a lot.
So does that mean that we are down to our last new business of warrant article? Yes. Special town meeting 2, warrant article 3, budget amendment code enforcement. Anthony and maybe Sean Jones. I know they have been working very closely with our staff on the issue of rats.
Both have been promoted.
Great. Hi, Anthony.
Hello, good evening.
Good
Thank you
evening.
for the opportunity. I'm going to try and make it brief. It seems like it's already been a couple of hours. I hope you all have had the chance to kind of look at the some of the comments and some of the previous meetings that we went through in regards to this warrant article. I'm going to start from the back and kind of work our way forward. So obviously, you may have seen that we've changed this to a resolution. And so why did we change it to a resolution at this point in time? Well, primarily, we would like to acknowledge all the hard work that's went in from the department heads and the town administrator and the town administrator's office in terms of helping to kind of achieve some of the goals that we had set out by proposing this warrant article. We, as petitioners and co-petitioners, would like to acknowledge that work, but also to recognize that this is a start. You know, this has obviously been an issue in terms of the rat infestation over the past 3 years, and has just been increasing year to year. We also recognize that at this point in time, it's very difficult to identify the finances to help support some of the tasks that we asked for. And we're grateful that 200,000 was identified and to be able to be utilized towards accomplishing some of the goals of this warrant article. And we recognize if we were to continue to push, it wouldn't necessarily make a financial difference at this point in time. Building on that, though, we also would like to ask that the select board continue to act to address the rat infestation problem and to really consider stronger enforcement and higher fines, which I acknowledge has been a theme throughout the course of the evening, and has been, debated in terms of what the benefit is. Although we do see that, with fines on repeated penalties, they would provide a deterrent to continued bad behavior, as far as with that. So we hope that you will support our resolution. Now, why did this resolution come about? So I'm sure you're all aware that there's basically been a fourfold increase in rat complaints to the various town departments. It impacts almost all our precincts. We're represented by at least 6 town meeting members, but we've heard from 15 out of the 16 precincts that it impacts them. And this is obvious even from the amount of funds that our own residents have spent. At a previous hearing, we actually heard from one of the committee members asking, I haven't heard that, rats can cause thousands of dollars in damage to cars. And another committee member actually put their hand up and said, it actually happened to myself. And you could see the reaction from the other person asking the question, that they were genuinely surprised at how expensive this is to town residents. So while we acknowledge that this problem occurs about 60% as a result of restaurants and construction, there is 20% that occurs because of town property and parks and open spaces. And so this warrant article was written to be a direct solution to this part of the problem. We acknowledge that it's multi-pronged and there are other departments working on addressing the other issues that are causing the rat infestation, but this is meant to address the cause from parks and open spaces. For us in particular, it's been impacted because when rats find a home, they don't leave. There's literature that shows that they basically don't leave from 300 feet once they build a base. And that base is around food sources. And food sources commonly are occurring in parts that have open waste bins or waste bins that have been destroyed. So that was one of the reasons we asked for the waste bins. We also asked for a new truck because this is needed in terms of the growth of the town also. We were trying to be fiscally responsible and think about what could be one-time charges. And that was why, if you look at the line items, they were all items that we would spend for a need that the town had, but moving up the timeline to when it's needed urgently, so that we would address the rat infestation, but it would also help with other things such as keeping our open spaces clean. And that's what Big Bellies would do, a compacting truck in an additional position. Why did we go this route versus a budget amendment? Some people have asked, why wouldn't we do that? Well, we saw what the debacle that occurred with the whole sidewalk discussion at the last town meeting. And we didn't want to wait until the last couple of weeks to bring this up. We felt that by identifying it earlier, it gives the town and department heads and everyone involved a chance to identify a source of revenue potentially to help pay for this. And that's what's occurred as of this moment in time. We also didn't identify a source ahead of time because we felt that that would have been potentially a source of conflict, but it also would have bound people's hands in terms of thinking about what options would have been there if we identified another source, and it would have created its own problems. And so basically we're here today asking for your support for the resolution as it's written, but also to recognize that this is just a beginning, that we hope over the next couple of months prior to spring town meeting that it's addressed in a manner that we could see measurable improvements in complaints and addressing it ahead of time for the spring. I don't think we can afford to wait and see in the spring and summer if this works. We need to target it now, and the way to target it is by strengthening enforcement and improving the infrastructure that our town so greatly needs in terms of better waste bins, increasing staff to help with that, and providing things like another compacting truck. Thank you.
Anything you wish to add, Sean?
I think Anthony has covered most of the main points. I'm Sean Lynn Jones again, town meeting member, precinct 1. When we started working on this warrant article and Anthony really came up with the idea, we knew there was a problem. But the more we heard from people about how much money they had spent to repair their cars, and in some cases they couldn't repair their cars, they were just destroyed by rats eating the wires, exterminators, and their properties becoming almost unlivable because they were being overrun with rats. And the numbers that we were able to obtain from the Department of Public Health and Department of Public Works, we realized this was even worse than we thought. And we are very glad to see the town administrator, Aaron and Sigal, working together on the action plan and the $200,000 made available for that. And we just recognize that's only a start. We hope this resolution can be part of a process of making sure there is the follow through and the town meeting understands this issue and their support for it going forward. And the public becomes more aware that this is a problem and understands what they can do or should do. I think a lot of the problem is restaurants and businesses and maybe even town trash receptacles, but everyone needs to pitch in and recognize that keeping their own trash in order and avoiding piling up wood in corners of their backyard is going to make a difference. And we hope that public education to be part of this, and this will be something we can all agree on and move forward and get the problem under control. Thank you.
Mike?
Thanks, Heather. So the one thing I would say, well, I'd say a couple things. First of all, I'm very glad that, very relieved, honestly, that you have stepped back from a budget amendment. I thought that a budget amendment at this point in the budget cycle was clearly fiscally irresponsible. And I was a little surprised to see it, considering where it came from. I also think that you are mistaken, Anthony, if you think that in 2 months you're going to see a significant change. It doesn't happen that fast. And I would urge you to keep track of what's being done rather than focusing on in some sort of relatively short-term changes, because it's going to take a long time to get this under control for the very reasons that you mentioned. And that's the one thing I would ask of you to do, and I will support this.
Any other board members have some comments? Anthony?
I just wanted to correct it. I don't think this was a budget amendment, right? Like we didn't approach it in the last 10 days to amend the budget and to add in from that process. This was originally like a request at the beginning to consider it. So what I'm trying to say is some of the questions were, why don't we wait and see what happens? And then in the last, towards the end, once we have all the numbers, propose something. And that's what I'm trying to make certain that we're clear of, is that we didn't wait and see, and then try and identify it towards the end. The reason we brought it up as a warrant article and a bylaw at the beginning was to allow that discussion.
You brought up spending several $100,000 without indicating any source at all. And to me, I think that's fiscally irresponsible.
So
and I'll leave it at that.
So I'll just weigh in here. Yes, you didn't wait until the very last second, but technically it is considered a budget amendment. You just gave us a lot more notice. Miriam?
Thank you. Sorry for the lighting, Mom Taxi. I just want to say a really big shout out to the Public Health Commissioner, Sigal Reese, and to Aaron Shute-Galentine, head of DPW, because this is a huge effort. They have really put together a comprehensive plan. And I really want to encourage folks to read it. And I want to echo Mike Salmon's comments that this is not going to go away in 2 months. So what I would encourage people to do is read the plan, understand that this stuff is happening, and that this kind of change will take some time. This was years in the making. We are not unique. Rat infestations are in every major city and town in the United States right now. My sister lives in Brooklyn, and I hear stories that will make us look like we're having a good time at it. So I really want to thank them for all their hard work and for their departments and for all the work. And I want to thank the petitioners. I want to thank everyone who's working on this issue. And I will be supporting this resolution as well. Thank you.
Sean?
I just wanted to comment on this notion that the problem might go away in 2 months. I think we're kind of having a false debate here. There's some likelihood that when it gets cold, we will see fewer rats. But I think we're saying we shouldn't take that as evidence that the problem is solved and the plan is working soon, because they'll come back next year. And so we shouldn't congratulate ourselves in the dead of winter because the rats are, not out and about as much as they are during the summer. This is a long-term problem, and we all know that. And I don't think we need to argue about it.
So before I go to public comment, I'll just say one thing. It was very frustrating for me to see the warrant article that was originally submitted, because I think there's expectations of what people think the government should be doing versus what people should be responsible for within their own behavior. And I think that crux is different for all of us. But it's very important to have continual conversations about what that expectation actually is, and be very explicit with where that line is. I live in a multi-family dwelling, and we have a trash room. And in the past 2 years, it has gotten completely out of control. The landlord has done actually a pretty good job of trying to change people's behavior, but for whatever reason, people can't be bothered to open a door and put the trash inside the door. It got so bad that this message was posted on the door. Princess Diana would have thrown her trash in the barrels. You can too. Let's avoid pests and do the right thing. Thank you for your cooperation. And with that, let's turn to public comment.
There are currently 3 people signed up for public comment. The first is Marilyn Rosenbaum, being promoted now. There we go. Marilyn, you've been promoted to a panelist, and you may unmute, and your 3 minutes begins whenever you're ready.
Okay. Hi. My name is Marilyn Rosenbaum. I live at 73 Coolidge Street, and my husband and I have lived here for 44 years. And over the past 2 years, we have seen an increase, like everyone says. Before that, I think we saw maybe 2 rats in the 44 years we've been here. I'm going to jump to one part of my letter here and basically say this problem is a crisis for our town, and it needs to be treated as such. If there were a flood or a fire in our town or some kind of a significant gas leak, then we would respond to it. And it would not be something that we would be saying, oh, well, we have to deal with that, but we've known this is getting worse and worse and worse, and it needs to be addressed soon. Just because not every resident in Brookline has to deal with rats does not mean the town can or should ignore it. All residents benefit and can enjoy eating bagels on a picnic table in Kuples or at Tate's or at the soup shack outside. We have in JFK Crossing, where I live, we've doubled the number of food establishments, and we have not dealt with the issues that have come along with it. Between my street and Naples Road, there is one big belly bin for all the eateries on our side of Harvard Street. And that is in front of a bank. So these need to be addressed in terms of having more trash barrels. Their needs has been talked about. There has to be more inspections and enforcement to increase fines. So over the past years, we have, as residents here, we voted for every single override this town has had. And we have supported this town and been behind it. And when money has been needed for this town, it's been found. And I want to just say that this is a need that is required attention now. And I'll just end by saying that my husband tonight just went outside and from our front porch saw 6 rats outside. So it really is a significant crisis, and all of you need to treat it as such. Thank you very much.
Next person signed up for public comment is Fran Perler. Fran is being promoted now. Fran, you've been promoted to a panelist. You may unmute And your 3 minutes will begin when you're ready.
Okay. I'm not exactly sure where I can begin because I think there's a disconnect between the town and those of us who are living there. I am a point of contact person with the health department on Fuller Street and Naples Street, JFK Crossing, and I represent 30 different residents here. We all spend between $1,000 and $2,000 a year supporting the rodent pest control that comes about from all the food merchants that Marilyn has talked about. It's not just looking at a rat here or there. It's, I don't want to go through the quality of life things, but I would like you to realize for those of us in a crisis zone, one of my neighbors mentioned that there were so many rats, they came in her house. Their children would hear them crawling up the walls and be afraid to go to sleep because the rats might come through. That's what we deal with. The crisis can be fixed a little bit in a short time by Segal and Aaron's rat action plan of having better waste management. One of our merchants converted from barrels to dumpster, and we saw a reduction in rats from there. We need the town to realize that this is something that is a crisis, that as I think it's Heather said, we all have to have individual responsibilities. We're really tired spending all of our money and all of our efforts on fixing the food sources, the rats that come from the food sources on Harvard Street. Where is the responsibility? So we are extremely pleased that the town and the select board approved $200,000 for the rat action plan. We need more money now. We need better enforcement, and I'm sure Aaron and Segal will have better rules, but there's nothing that can be done.
30 seconds.
What good is a big belly if there's nobody to pick up the trash? What good are the rules? I mean, one of our merchants was cited for rat holes in their dumpster 2 months ago, and there's no enforcement. So basically what I want to stress is the fact that we need support for the things this resolution asks for, not only in the parks, not only in the streets, but 60% of the rodent complaints come from businesses, mostly food purveyors and apartment buildings. We need to get
Sorry,
money.
time has expired. We
Okay,
need to move
thank
on.
you. More money in the next budget. Thank you.
The last person signed up for public comment is Chuck Schwartz. Chuck is being promoted now. Chuck, you've been promoted to a panelist. You can unmute and your 3 minutes begin when you're ready.
Thank you, Chuck Schwartz. When I first heard from my neighbors last spring about the rat problems, I thought it was just something that came from the construction across the street and from some uncovered dumpsters from some large apartment buildings. I had no idea the problem was as widespread as we've come to find out. So I would say what has already been said by the two previous speakers, we are in an emergency situation. This is an extreme emergency, as you can tell. Mike, a response to what you said earlier about not to expect results in 2 months. I think the sooner we get going on this, the sooner we address the problem, the sooner we can begin to expect results. And Heather, as to your comments, I can't remember exactly what wording you used about equating town responsibility to individual responsibility. Yes, individuals are responsible, but without the enforcement, I don't think we can make the progress that we need to make. So I would urge the town to really step up levels of enforcement to take care of people who aren't doing what they're responsible for. Thank you.
There is one more person signed up for public comment, Oswald Mondejar. I'm promoting Oswald now. Unless he took his hand down. There he is. Oswald, you've been promoted to a panelist, and you may unmute, and your 3 minutes will begin when you're ready. You're still muted, Oswald, just so you know.
You're gonna be. Oh,
Can you hear you now?
no. There we are. Can you hear us?
Yes.
We can. You have 3 minutes. Thanks.
Oswald Mondahar and John Verlinden. Again, we're 35-year residents in our home in Brookline. The only additional point is this is a crisis. It is no different than having a terrible event occur from a catastrophic event occur. If you're living in a home that is near one of these affected sites, believe me, you know it's an emergency. And the additional point I would like to make is that there needs to be coordination in our neighborhood with the city of Boston. City of Boston, and our home abuts the city of Boston, and we know the city of Boston inspector came out and identified. We know what the problem is. We know who the offending apartment building is, and and he told them what they needed to do about it. And the Brookline people were there at the same time, but nothing's been done to remedy that. And people are frustrated. It's very, very expensive. We've spent a great deal of money trying to protect our house from this onslaught. It's made a difference, but until the source is dealt with, it's not going to improve that much. Thank you.
Okay, there are 23 attendees, and currently no other attendees have their hands up or in Q&A asking.
Thank you, Charlie. I will close the public hearing. I'll just reiterate what I said, which is that we have to be very clear about what responsibility the town has and what responsibility individuals have. My point was basically we can invest in a lot of these things, but if people choose to not throw trash in the acceptable receptacles, we are going to continue to fight this fight. The town can do better, and it should do better with enforcement, and we will be looking at that as we formulate our budget into next year. Any other comments before we move on? Thank you very much to the petitioners. I see one more.
Yeah, one hand just came
Okay.
up. It is Arlisha Johnson. I'm promoting Arlisha now. I have not. There you go. Arlisha, you've been promoted to a panelist. You can unmute, and your 3 minutes will begin when you're ready. Still muted, just in case you need to unmute still.
Hello.
There you are.
Hi.
There you are.
Hi, my name is Arlisha Johnson. And I am a over 30 some. Actually, Oz and John are my neighbors. My concern is that this is also a public health issue. I mean, you go out and you can see the rats because we have invested thousands of dollars trying to fight this fight. For privacy, and it's just a joy to see this time of the year, to see the foliage. Now those streets are gone because of this problem. I'm concerned of the community health issue aspect with our small children, our open door space as we normally do, to be able to sit in our backyards. And again, we urge the my neighbors and I, we've invested so much money to fight this fight. But until the source is addressed, the issue with the sources, the dumpsters that are left open, the trash that's overflowing into the streets, into the parking lot, that I believe the town can help us to fight, to enforce that these landlords do a better job. Individually, I agree with you. You know, people have to take responsibility, but I also think that we need more support from our town because we're doing our best fight, but we're not winning. We have a long way to go. So I thank you tonight for this conversation. And I look forward to progress. Yes, and I agree with the person who said, if we can, because we are
I'm not sure. I think that was an end of the comments.
Okay. We got some of that. If you want to unpromote her, we
Yeah,
can.
we'll send her back to Tim.
Okay. Thank you,
Yeah.
Arlisha.
Yeah.
Bernard?
Yeah, I got some of what she was saying. It sounds like it's very important. I would sort of urge her to maybe send an email to the select board, or use the chat function, although that's a little more complicated.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Any other comments before we move on from this warrant article?
We have 20 attendees and no one else has indicated with their hand or in the Q&A feature that they would like to speak.
Okay, we are going to close the public hearing and move on. Thank you very much to the petitioners for making themselves available tonight. Okay, liquor licenses. We are just running like 2 hours late. My apologies. I think Stephanie Boudreau will be representing our first licensee.
Stephanie and one other are being promoted now.
Great. This
Good
is a public
evening.
hearing. Good evening. Sorry for the tardiness.
That is okay. Is the first matter on Jung Ray?
Yes.
Great. Okay. Stephanie Boudreau from Our Law in Brookline Village. Happy to be here this evening presenting in a CV application and all alcohol application for Jean Ray Corp., which is going to be located at 14 Harvard Street in the location of the prior Matt Murphy's. I have Mr. Bunak, Champagne Bunak, who is also here with me tonight and can answer any questions that the board might have. The concept here will be a Thai-themed restaurant with local beers and craft cocktails. It's going to be a sister restaurant of Mahaniom, which is located at 236 Washington Street, and complement it with different kinds of Thai food, but still a Thai restaurant. The proposed manager of record is Champagne Bunak, who again is here tonight. Mr. Bunak is one of the owners of this new concept and one of the owners of Mahaniom. He has lots of experience. He has been quarried and fingerprinted. And he is not only familiar with the restaurant and alcohol industry, but he is familiar with Brookline Village and the pest issue and knows how to deal with it, I think, in a productive way. So they plan to, they're starting construction soon, they hope, and they plan to open it in March. The proposed hours are 11 to 2, Monday through Saturday, and Sunday 12 to 2. And I think that that's it.
Great. Any questions for this applicant? It's nice to see something go in that space. It's been all too long. Bernard?
Yeah, I appreciate the fact that you, in response to our previous conversation, mentioned that the owner is familiar with pest control techniques. Could you sort of elaborate on, how he would, what types of issues he thinks exist in this location and what he intends to do with it, just to give people a good sense of, his plans with this regard.
Sure. Champagne, do you want to respond to that?
Yes, I just missing the hi everyone. I just missing the first part, but I heard like joining the beginning and then about the pest control. But as you know that I operate Mahaniom, which is in Brookline Village. It's gonna be like very close to 14 Howard Street. Well, recently we since I took over the Mahaniom, recently I just like found the rodents problem, and then we have been we changed to the trash to the based on the pest control we using, and they will come in more often and then put all the trap, and we just like follow all the health inspector that whatever the inspector like raising the issue, we just like solve the problem right away. Recently we communicate with the inspector, and he was like really satisfied what we have done, and I think that this issue is very important for the town, and we very serious about too. And of course, when we do the food establish, we really serious about the all the food that's been like clean, and all the place, everything is like has to be clean, and then protect all this rodent and rats.
Thank you, Champagne.
So you're here for an all alcohol and a common vic?
That's right.
Okay. Any questions about those two issues? Seeing none, I'm just taking a look at the hours of operation. So I know we've been down this road before. 2 a.m. There are several businesses in that area that go until 2 a.m. Any objections from neighbors to your knowledge? This is a public hearing, so Charlie, let me know if anybody has shown up to object to those hours.
Currently, nobody looking to speak.
Okay. I will close the public hearing since it does not look like there is anybody who wishes to speak from the public. So let me read the language for the all alcohol license. It will be moving to approve the application of a new all alcohol beverages restaurant license for Zhang Rui Corp. Doing business as to be determined at 14 Harvard Street, Brookline. Do you have a DBA in mind?
They're just coming up with a DBA, so
Okay.
we're gonna have to move for the DBA as well as the appointment of an alternate manager, which will come before they open.
Okay, thank you. At 14 Harvard Street, Brookline, Massachusetts, proposed manager will be Champagne Bonuk. The proposed seating is 40 seats. Proposed operating hours and proposed alcohol hours are Monday through Saturday, 9 a.m. to 2 a.m. and Sunday, 12 p.m. to 2 a.m. Any comments from the board before I call the roll? Oh, Bernard.
Yeah, when I read through the materials in our package, I usually go to the menu to see what you're serving. One thing I did miss, however, is something I think people should be aware of, and that is you do have a litter letter in there that describes in a little bit of detail your plans with respect to dealing with litter, which is relevant to the discussion of rats that we just had. So I just want to acknowledge that, and I haven't seen litter letters before, but I urge those to be obtained from companies seeking to open restaurants on a regular basis, given that rats is such a big problem right now.
Thanks, Bernard, for catching that. Maybe we can have a discussion with our new town administrator about that being a requirement going forward. Since we are the licensing authority. Okay. Any other comments before I call the roll? Seeing none. Bernard?
Aye.
John?
Aye.
Miriam?
Aye.
Mike?
Aye.
And the chair votes aye. The second vote is moving approval of the application of a common victular license for Zhang Rui Corp. Doing business as to be determined at 14 Harvard Street, Brookline, Massachusetts. Proposed manager will be Champagne Bonuk. The proposed seating is 40 seats. Proposed operating hours and proposed alcohol hours are Monday through Saturday, 9 a.m. to 2 a.m. and Sunday, 12 p.m. to 2 a.m. Any questions or comments before I call the roll? Seeing none. Bernard?
Aye.
John?
Aye.
Miriam?
Aye.
Mike?
Aye, and I think to be determined ... is a really interesting DBA. What I think about.
You might get a lot of hits in the Google search engine. Okay, well, thank you so much and
Thank
best
you.
of
I do
luck
want
to
to
you.
just add, if you all haven't tried out Mahaniom, I know I put in a plug the last time we were before the board, but while we wait for the new restaurant to be determined to open, you all should really try it out. It was just voted, it just received Best of Boston's award number 15 in Boston restaurants. So it's really quite amazing, unique, and a great experience. So while we wait for the new one, check out the old one.
Thank you so much.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay, thanks. Good night.
Good night. So we are on to our second and last license of the evening. I think this was a rescheduled one, and I see, is it Moish?
It's Moshe, but they call me Maish.
Moshe.
So it's,
Maish.
as you wish.
Got it. Okay. Well, this is about a lodging house license transfer. This is a public hearing, so we will be taking public comment if anybody lets Charlie know that they wish to speak. Maish, if you want to tell us what this is about.
Sure. So just real briefly, first of all, thank you everybody for spending your time to hear us out tonight. I got a chance to hear you guys since 7:20, quite interesting. The rat problems I can relate to, the apartments I can relate to. I've learned a lot tonight, so thank you for that. As to why I'm joining tonight is my wife and I have moved here in Brookline since 2004, and we've been here for quite some time. We now live on St. Paul Street. We've created what's called YJP, Young Jewish Professionals, catering to mostly young adults through most of the area, from Boston, Cambridge, all over the place. We do events, in Boston and Seaport, whatnot. And being near the hospitals, so close, we've been getting phone calls throughout the years of people who need help and people who need food and people who need to stay. And we've always tried to find a location where people can feel comfortable. And as you know, purchasing in Brookline, as you heard, is not so easy. And it turns out after a couple of years of having a wonderful conversation and building a friendship with 123 Longwood, it's a perfect match where he has an incredible staff already in place, and of which I already met, of which we plan to retain, of course. I'm not really good at that part of the business, but to have a place that's comfortable and welcoming, and where we can have people to stay there, some that can't afford, that we will be covering and sponsoring, some at a discounted rate, but someone that can be close to the neighborhood. And I do believe this will be a benefit to the community as a whole, just in terms of the environment, people be able to be near Jewish establishments, Jewish synagogues, kosher eateries, and anyone that needs a place, it'll be open to anybody. And so we followed the protocol. We've sent out certified mail to all the abutters. I have all the documents, which I sent to Rochelle from the town. Most have been delivered. There's a few that haven't, but I'm not sure those reasons. And or maybe they've been out of town. And that's basically our story. And we're very excited, and we look forward to the opportunity to serve further.
Great. Thank you so much. Any questions or comments by select board members? I will just mention that I live at 75 Longwood. I walk past 123 on probably a daily basis. It is a beautiful, charming building. I love when you guys decorate, so I do hope that you keep that up. Mike.
Yeah, you mentioned being close to synagogues and so forth. Will you have a kosher kitchen, or what you looking for that as well?
Yes, we definitely want to provide, as the requests come in, we'd like to provide that as well. There is a kitchen there that people can go ahead and make stuff, and we plan to keep that and have, in addition to that, kosher provisions as well, so people can feel comfortable. And that's something that doesn't exist right now anywhere, in terms of giving that ability to people that are in town. It's interesting that I don't know what happened, but in the last few years, there's more requests than we've received, in terms of people coming to the hospitals. And while that wasn't the hat that I was planning to wear when I moved to town years ago, more and more it's dragging and drawing us into that, and we're trying to address that. So
I know Chabad tries to address it in a little bit different way, not providing lodging, but rather providing meals if they can. But
I think there is. It's interesting that you say that, because you'll find now in Chabad that are near hospitals, because of our popularity, people will Google Jewish stuff near hospitals. So I'll come up and they'll say, okay, do you have a meal? Do you have a place to stay? Where's a minyan? I gotta say Kaddish. And not just that, people that I don't know. I mean, I've ministered to people who, sadly, it wasn't always good news, where someone has lost a child. I needed chaplaincy. I needed mental health. And so I'm rushing over 2 o'clock in the morning. Like I said, it's not my, just a little background. I'm from Los Angeles, California. I got used to the weather somewhat over 20 years, and I came for a whole different space. I came for the young adult arena. That's something that we were doing back in West LA. And while this is where fate drags you sometimes, and you can't fight it. And not only can you not fight it, my wife and I, we made a commitment to embrace it and be there as much as possible. And I do think we have a unique opportunity with the current, owner, and the, handing over the baton with his amazing staff, 17-year staff in place. We had a meeting last week. I told her we need her as much as she needs us. So far that's good. She's not Jewish. She asked about the decorations as well. Not to worry. 75. I'm sorry, Heather, not to worry. They'll be up for Halloween. They'll be up for Christmas. We may add some Hanukkah charm. I don't know, but we're going to do our best to make everybody happy. That's for sure.
Decorations are decorations. I don't really care what they are. Excellent. And I will say that I am also in a butter to the Chabad house, and it's just so nice on Fridays to hear like the community chatter, coming from that space. It's just really warm and welcoming, and it reminds me that I'm part of a community.
I appreciate you saying that. There is one thing I wanted to mention. I'm sitting here with a good friend of mine who's also a congregant and a real estate lawyer. Being that I'm a rabbi, they didn't teach us this in rabbinical school. When I filled out the form for the transference of the lodging license, I put down my name, when in fact the proper thing now I understand is to put down the entity which is going to be holding that, which is really the Chai Center, the Chai Hospitality Foundation, Inc. So if that can be noted, so that becomes the entity, not me on the person. Similar to what the current holder of the license is, the Longwood Inn, not necessarily a specific person.
Okay, so I'm changing it from so this is the way my language reads at the moment, and you let me know if I should change this.
Okay.
Approving the application of a lodging house transfer from Roger Beckert, doing business as the Longwood Inn, to Maish Schwartz. Should I change that?
Yes, I would change it to Chai Hospitality Foundation, Inc.
CHI.
Yes.
CHI. CH.
AI. Like
Heather, you have to
Hanukkah.
say it. You have to say hi. You have
Gotta
to
say hi.
hi. Gotta get-
L'chaim.
I'll
gotta
do
get-
my best. High Hospitality Inc.
Foundation. Now, is that hospitality?
No, that.
Was that Inc?
Hi, this is Len Simons. It's Chai Hospitality Foundation.
Oh,
Inc.
Foundation. Foundation.
Thank you.
Foundation Inc.
Yeah.
Okay, doing business as the Longwood Inn at 123 Longwood Ave. Resident agent Barbara Para is staying with transfer. The location consists of 35 rooms total.
Can we change the DBA to follow the tradition in Brookline to be determined?
Sure, we can.
Thank you.
It's short term tradition.
Yeah.
I think we're onto
Okay.
something in terms of names here.
Okay.
Excellent. Okay, so any questions or comments from select board members? I will read it one more time with the changes incorporated. I move approval of the application of a lodging house transfer from Roger Beckert, doing business as the Longwood Inn, to High Hospitality Foundation, Inc., doing business as TBD, to be determined, at 123 Longwood Ave. Resident agent Barbara Para is staying with transfer. The location consists of 35 rooms total. All those in favor? Bernard?
Aye.
John?
Aye. Aye.
Miriam?
Aye.
Mike?
Aye.
And the chair votes aye. Best of luck.
Thank you so much, and I appreciate your kind words.
Oh, and thank you so much for your patience.
Thank you. Yep, that was fun.
Okay, last agenda item, I believe. We have 3 warrant articles that we've already had presentations on. And now we get to deliberate amongst ourselves. The first one is the budget. Any comments about that? It is put together by our very capable staff, and they addressed the budget. What was it? The unbalanced budget, which I am eternally grateful for. Seeing no discussion, should we move straight to moving favorable action? Oh, let's
Voting
hear
Melissa, in
from
case she wants
Melissa.
to-
Yeah, she knows what's going on.
Good evening. I just want to walk you through the vote that is in your packet so that we can just go through the changes. So I'm just going to share my screen. And so essentially the changes that we're voting are the amendments to select board budget, the planning and community development budget, health and human services, schools, the collective bargaining reserve, and then the printing of warrants is actually the town meeting account. That's to fund the voting equipment that's needed for town meeting. So those are the first changes, and then I'll also show you the Excel spreadsheet, which essentially town meeting is used to seeing this, that highlights the changes on the budget table. So you can see all the adjustments that are being made for the recommendations in each of those areas. And then we also, flipping back to the vote itself, we are amending our vote on the Community Preservation Fund. Now that we have the committee established, they voted the additional funds on the reserve, so 270 for affordable housing, parks and open space, and the historic preservation. These are conservative estimates to get to the 10% requirement. Should we exceed that amount, the funds will essentially stay within the Community Preservation Fund, and we'll be able to capture that the next appropriation cycle. Then we have the TNC funds, the Uber and Lyft money per the recommendations of the Transportation Board. Then we have additional $275,000 to support the Robinson Playground. The bonded votes have been reviewed by Bond Council this afternoon. An additional $355,000 around the Murphy Playground, and then $800,000 for the escalation of the fire engine schedule for engine number 4. So that is the vote we are asking for town meeting to take. And if there are any questions, I'm happy to take that as well.
I know what question I have, but let's see what questions my other members may have. Miriam.
Can I just, I don't think I got a copy of this in my inbox, so if I could get a copy, that'd be great.
Sure, it's in the OneDrive folder, so
Okay.
yeah, it's just they're separate attachments. They're not part of the overall packet because they weren't late ads.
Okay, all right. Thank you.
Do I have to read all that stuff?
You can just say, you can just reference my memo in your vote.
Okay. Any other comments, questions, thoughts, reflections? No? Okay. I will move favorable action on the budget amendment as outlined in the terrific memo that Melissa Goff wrote for us today regarding all of the accounts and whatnot regarding monies available for our budget.
What a motion.
Just making it up. All those in favor? Bernard?
Aye.
John?
Aye.
Miriam?
Aye.
Mike?
Aye.
And the chair votes aye. Thank you so much for putting that together, Melissa, and all of the work that went into it to actually make such a memo happen.
A lot of moving parts. The next warrant article that we have is for the fire station renovation project. You announced at the beginning of the meeting the website that does have some additional information for people that are still curious about the project. I'm going to share my screen again to give you the motion that's recommended under this article with the $65 million appropriation. This has also been reviewed by Bond Council and essentially is looking for an appropriation and bond authorization for the project. Now, should the question not pass, I'm going to ask you to take this up again and not move it because we won't have funding for it. So, but we'll know the outcome of that in time for town meeting.
Okay, so why are we taking it up now?
Well, we can wait until after the vote, but then that just compresses the time before town meeting. So you want a recommendation in the combined reports for town meeting to digest.
Okay, that's fair. Miriam?
Hi again. So I'll just say that at the invitation of Peter Moyer Jr., a few weeks ago, I went down to the firehouse in Brookline Village on Boylston for they were doing a tree planting with Special Olympics. And I got a tour and I got to speak to some of the folks who work in that firehouse. And I got to see the accommodations and especially the accommodations for the female firefighter who is stationed at that house And I just want to say that I implore everyone to support this warrant article. I would not want to work in those conditions. I don't think what we are subjecting our female firefighters to is fair and equitable. And I hope that we as a town really support better working conditions for our firefighters. That's all.
Yeah, I did a walkthrough a couple of years ago at the behest of the fire union president, Trahone, and I was equally surprised. And I remember talking to one female firefighter, brand new, out of the academy. And she was like, I have to sleep in a completely separate area. And I don't want to do that. I want to be with my brothers. And we should encourage, that the cohort to feel like they are a team. Mike?
Yeah, I had a question from somebody that actually I have a great deal of respect for, who said, why does it cost so much to just build a garage? And I explained what the complexity of a fire station was in terms of separate quarters, the fact that people live there, in effect, and for their shifts, which are multi-day shifts. There's maintenance. You have to keep hazardous materials separate. You have to pressurize the living areas, a whole range of things. And by the way, we're doing this in 5 stations, one after the other, and you have to store or relocate and pay for relocation for the fire crews that are the engine crews that are being displaced. So I do think when we talk to the community about this, we have to make sure we get across to them, not just the conditions that we're dealing with that we want to cure, basically, but also the complexity of what needs to be put in place.
Thank you. I think that's been a running theme this evening. The devil is in the details. Bernard?
Yeah, one of the things I noticed looking through some materials is that one of the issues which shocked the hell out of me, shocked the heck out of me, was the fact that the danger that firefighters, men and women, face is in their living quarters. Proximity to toxic materials and exhaust in their living quarters. I mean, that shocked me, and that is something I think people should be aware of, and to motivate them to support this this bond issue. I mean, it's critically important. We just can't allow this type of risk to firefighters or anyone.
Mm-hmm. And we are, trying to do our best to get the public awareness campaign going. It's just really tricky because our paid staff are prohibited from doing any kind of advocacy work towards this issue. And normally there's a robust campaign, and I understand that there are some volunteers that are trying to put a campaign together, but it is very difficult without a proper local news coverage to reach people unless you push out with text messages, which people don't like getting, or robocalls, which people don't like getting, or mailers, which cost a ton. So check the website for more information. We have a calculator for how much you can expect your taxes to go up should this pass. We are committed to trying to do that for every debt exclusion. Any other comments before I move this language? Seeing none, I will move favorable action on the fire station renovations warrant article 4. All those in favor? Bernard?
Aye.
John?
Aye.
Miriam?
Aye.
Mike?
Aye.
And the chair votes aye. Thank you very much to all the staff that helped shepherd this project through. I know we had started to talk about it when I was a brand new select board member 5 years ago. So finally, demolition delay extension.
So I don't have revised language under this article and I don't see the petitioners here, but my understanding is that the advisory committee did amend this article, but I don't have the language.
That may not be necessary. Who's for this concept?
Yeah, wait a minute.
So to extend the demolition delay from the current 12 months to 24 months, give or take?
Yeah, I'm for that. I'm not opposed to it.
Okay. I'm not seeing 3 votes.
Well, excuse me, I didn't realize we were actually taking the vote. No, I'm for it as well.
Any other takers?
Opposed.
I find myself opposed. I really do believe that this is not, I understand the issue that they're trying to address. I just don't think that this is the right tool for it. And I worry that it will actually exacerbate a problem, which is we're all acutely aware of the growing unaffordability that's happening in Brookline. And so by further delay, you will escalate costs even more and make these condos even more outrageously expensive. So I could be wrong, but that's where I'm coming from. I just don't think that it's going to do what the petitioners think it's going to do. Bernard?
Yeah, I mean, I could be wrong too, but I want to hear what the advisory committee says, and I want to have a little more discussion on this. The fact that delay is going to cause luxury condominiums to be more luxurious and more expensive, I don't think is an argument against this article. I mean, we have other problems with respect to that issue.
I mean, we can certainly put it off, but that then means that we have to take this up again, and that delays staff from writing, the report about where we stand. And I'm not confident that you're going to persuade me to get on board with anything else. Miriam first and then Mike.
Thank you. So Melissa she put in the chat, she does have the revised language if you want to look at it, but I'm ready to vote. I'm ready to vote. AC revised language is not going to change where I stand on this. There are lots of ways. Now, this is a problem we know. We are looking ways to solve it. There are lots of actual ways to solve it. None of them are this. So, I just don't see how we get from A to B with this particular warrant article. So I won't support it. I'm happy to vote now. I don't need any more time.
I am curious what the advisory committee version changes might be. And while Melissa pulls that up, Mike, did you want to say
Yeah, I was going
anything?
to say, I wouldn't mind seeing it. I'd be rather surprised if anything changes my mind, because I think the whole concept goes in the wrong direction.
So it's still the 24 months.
Yeah.
That's kind of the deal breaker for me.
Yeah, tinkers with the effective date.
Yeah. Okay. So how do people feel about not voting tonight? I could go either way. I understand what Bernard is saying, although we just took a look at the advisory committee language. I don't think my position has moved.
Bernard, is there anything in there that you think is going to change anybody's mind?
Well, I haven't seen the advisory committee position. Did you put it up
was on the screen.
Yeah, it tinkers with an effective date, but it doesn't address the 24-hour extension or 24 months rather.
By the other version of section that sent it subsequent to the
There's not much
I don't-
substantive there.
Pardon me?
I say there's not much substantive there.
Yeah.
Changes, you mean?
Yeah. Yeah, oh, it's a very substantive article.
Yeah.
Substantive for sure.
Well, I'm just not ready yet, so if you want to take a vote, I know which way the wind's blowing, so.
Okay, why don't we take the vote? We can always move reconsideration. But I think it's important for us to try to move things along. And I think we've got 3 votes on this, and feel free to sign up with the moderator to speak in your individual capacity. So I will move no action. Is that correct? No action on, what is it, warrant article 11? Extending the demolition delay to 24 months. All those in favor of no action? Bernard?
No action.
John?
No.
Miriam?
Yes.
Mike?
Aye.
And the chair votes aye. And that is the conclusion of our business tonight. Do I have a motion to adjourn?
So
I
moved.
motion we adjourn.
Do I have a
Second.
second? Thank you, John. We will hopefully be back in hybrid capacity next Tuesday.
Thanks, Charlie, for your first running your first meeting. Good job.
Did
Oh,
well.
thanks,
Yeah.
Charles.
Nice work.
Thanks all. Have a great night.
Take care.
Guys, feel
everybody.
better, feel all the way better.
Yeah, Chaz, get better.
Thanks to you all.